of the Volusia County Council, and the Volusia County Council welcomes your involvement and is interested in hearing your comments. So please complete a public participation slip and indicate in the subject line the issue you wish to address. You may use the back if you have to. After you are recognized, please state your name and address for the record before beginning your comments. You will have up to 3 minutes to speak, either during public participation or when an agenda item is heard. The council does not answer questions or requests during public participation. So please be courteous and respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on the council members, county staff, or members of the public will not be tolerated. All righty. First one up is Miss Phyllis. I never can pronounce your last name. Butlin?
Phyllis Butlin,
Butlin. Okay. Your address, Miss Phyllis.
144 Verde Way, DeBarry, Florida.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm here on my second annual visit for this event. We're doing an Autumn Harvest Fest at Gemini Springs. Spoke with Tim Bailey and Joe Zarbo and your crew at Gemini, and we just love working with them. We are doing the Harvest Fest on November 5th. It's a Saturday from 4 to 8. And I'm here requesting extension of your park opening, or closing, I should say, to accommodate us. We will be also showing, if we can get mosquito control down there, a movie at 8 o'clock, which goes till about 9:15. We're usually out of there by 9:30, quarter to 10. And in the past, what they've done is they've closed the front gate for people coming in and just allow us to close the gate on the way out, going out. And we've done this is our 6th year coming up. So we're looking forward to continuing our relationship with you guys for this event. And I've spoken with Tim Bailey and all them, and they are all on board with it. I just have to come here and make my official request to have it open. So everyone's willing to work with us.
Okay. Thank you very much. You'll probably need that approval within the next day or two, right?
Yeah, as long as if there's a problem, just let us know. Otherwise, you guys.
And your event's on November 6th?
The Saturday, the 5th.
Saturday the 5th, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
All right.
very well. I'll see what we can do about bringing it forward this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Zimmerman, is anybody else here to speak for the public? Very well. With that, we will then go to a short recess and be in recess until 9 o'clock. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If the chambers could please come to order. What in the world? Order. Okay. I love it. You get a new update on your iPad. They always update it all the time, and then it just doesn't function right again for a week. All right. Good morning. Today's date is October 20th, 2016. This is the Volusia County Council meeting. And if, where's my list here? This morning's invocation will be led by Pastor Peter Minger, Church of the Nazarene out of DeLand. Pastor, if you would please, and if the council would please join me in standing.
Let us pray. We want to thank you, O God, our Creator, for this beautiful day today, and we want to give you thanks for so many great things you have done in our county, even in the last 2 weeks. Thank you, God, for sparing our county far worse devastation than was what was projected, and we just want to thank you for answering many prayers of many of our citizens, and thank you, God, for this chamber and this council and the business they're about to conduct today. And we just pray, oh God, that you'd give them that wisdom that you promised, that if we would seek you and ask you from above, that you would give us that wisdom that we need here on earth. So we pray, oh God, that you would replicate wisdom from heaven to wisdom in this chamber today and the decisions at hand that affect the citizens. And Lord, in just a few weeks, we will make decisions for not only our city and our county, but our state and our entire nation. We pray, oh God, that we truly have discerning wisdom, that you provide us, that we would elect and re-elect and choose those people that reflect the values that you would have us to have in the day in which we live. So God, thank you so much for providing us such a great country and such a wonderful place to live among all the nations of the world. We're truly still one of the most blessed nations of the world, and we want to thank you. Thank you for our founding fathers who put into place such an amazing constitution that we still enjoy today, some 200 plus years later. So may we also take that responsibility among ourselves today, that we might pass it on to the next generation. We want to thank you for all these things, and thank you for the greatest gift of all, a Savior who came from heaven named Jesus, who remains alive and seated at your right hand today. And it's in his name that I pray. Thank you, Father. Amen.
And if everyone would please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Can I go home? Wait. Thank you very much, Pastor.
Thank you for the real good work. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Items 4, 5.
Okay, everything seems kind of out of order here for our morning start this morning. But at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a cell phone or an iPad or some other kind of noise-making device like I had a couple of meetings ago, please turn it off so you're not like me and disturb our meeting. So, okay, we will now move on to the roll call, please.
Ms. Cusack is absent. Mr. Daniels?
Here.
Ms. Denny's? Here. Mr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Patterson?
Here.
Mr. Wagner?
Here.
Mr. Davis?
I am here.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now move on to the pulling of the consent agenda items. Mr. Daniels, is there any consent agenda items you wish to pull, sir?
None, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Denny's? Nothing, Mr. Lowry?
I have none.
Mr. Patterson?
Nothing.
Mr. Wagner?
None, but I wanted to point out one thing. Speaking of pulling, I did not pull my jacket. It took me 188 meetings to miss pulling my jacket out of the closet and bringing it to this meeting.
So that's
Point
the
out
one.
188 meetings.
Your
And why didn't anyone 188 meetings ago tell me to not wear a jacket? Because it's significantly more comfortable.
Your vote only counts half today.
I only have 4 meetings left, so I will not be wearing a jacket for those 4 meetings. So.
You know,
Nothing to
you
pull.
could have support from your colleagues. They could remove theirs too, so you're not uncomfortable.
It will be my only recommendation when I give, as you want the council members to say something as leave, is to the new members is dress comfortably.
Oh, yeah.
Over from this side, disagree. We were gonna complain, but we were gonna let you off the hook because you forgot.
The one thing that you didn't leave in your closet was your ability to talk too much.
I've been counting words ever since Joyce told me I talk too much, and I have a running tally, and you guys have no idea how long it is. Believe me, I started shutting up years ago.
Did you include the manager?
He's the best ever. This is the best idea ever. So nothing to
Okay.
pull, sorry. It's been a long couple weeks for all of us.
Yes. All right, and, no, I'm not going to pull any consent agenda items, so I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the consent agenda items.
Motion for approval from Mr. Patterson. Do I hear a second? I hear a second from Mr. Wagner. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed. So carried unanimous, and today's unanimous votes shall be 6-0 for the record. Okay, we move on to item number 1, which is 2016-17 Children and Families Advisory Board Funding Recommendation RSQ process. You have the floor.
Good morning, excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council, Donna Butler, Community Services Director. And I'm going to give you a brief presentation that actually covers item 1 and 2. I know you'll have to bring up item 2 in a little bit, but I just want to go over briefly the process that we went through, continue to go through, and some of the changes that were made programmatically this year for your consideration and approval. We have here today the board chair, Claudia Roth, sitting right here, and we have 6 other members that are not able to be here today: Maritza Avila Vasquez, Marjorie Johnson, Dr. Katie Morelli, Karen Bagley, Rick Rentz, and Dr. Katie Hayward Mullins. As you know, we have 9 members, and so we need 2 more members to serve on this august board, who works very hard to provide recommendations for you all for very needed services in our community. Oops, sorry. So the service need categories, quite some time ago, the Children and Families Advisory Board worked very hard to come up with categories for which would be funded through an RSQ process. They include infant and maternal health and early childhood development, services for seniors, non-school hour services for school-aged children, services for adolescents, family-based intervention services to prevent or intervene in family violence, basic needs services, which is emergency assistance and transitional emergency shelter, and then, services for persons with disabilities. That amount this year is approximately $1.8 million for those 7 service categories. So the process, while it's captured in these 7 bullets, is pretty complex. The Children and Families Advisory Board identifies risk factors, and from that, scopes of work in 7 different service categories. We put a request for qualifications out, nonprofit organizations respond, and the Children and Families Advisory Board makes the selection, and then that comes to you for your approval. In addition, there's contingency funding, which was set aside originally at an amount of $100,000. You'll hear a little bit about a shift in a little bit, and that provides funding for organizations, and more specifically services that cannot be covered in the RSQ process. Program changes. So in previous years, services for persons with disabilities included the release of 2 RSQs. They included case management for persons with disabilities and transition services from youth to adulthood for persons with disabilities. It was determined this year that the 2 RSQ service categories be combined into one, so that was put on the street and is before you as a recommendation. In addition, the money that was originally allocated to the sickle cell trait disease was added to this because it is a service for disabilities. We used to have a very strong nonprofit whose primary focus was serving those with sickle cell disease. That nonprofit went out of business a couple of years ago, and we've been going through a multiple-year transition and trying to figure out the best way to provide those services. And the Children and Families Advisory Board decided that this would be the best way to make that work well. So, wanted to give you some numbers because, as you know, these services are kind of the backbone for making sure that the poor in our community, the indigent, and those that are most needy are provided key services. And in many cases, these services ensure that parents can hold a job and keep their family going because of these services. So proposed children and family services, this is infant and maternal health. Approximately almost 2,000 women will receive prenatal and other services to ensure healthy pregnancies. 120 women will receive substance abuse. Early childhood development, this is really, really important for our community. 2,500 children will receive daycare. If this money weren't coming in for this agency, approximately $2.9 million might not be available to provide these services. Our funding is used as leverage to bring that money back into Volusia County to provide those children with daycare. We've got services to seniors, and you'll see a myriad of services that are here that make sure that seniors in many cases can stay in their homes rather than having to go elsewhere. Non-school hour services for school-age children. This is after-school care and summer camp. There are services for adolescents. They receive leadership development, life skills, other services to help make them successful when they go into adulthood. Family-based intervention services to prevent or intervene in family violence, prevention education, parenting support. 70 families receive emergency shelter.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, do we have this copy of this PowerPoint? Does council have this?
Yes, ma'am.
We do? Did I not see it?
I can give you mine.
Now I have it, thank you.
Okay, I'm on page 10. All right, so a variety of family-based intervention services in the area of family violence. Then basic needs, emergency and transitional housing. This deals with folks that are victims of domestic violence as well as others that would receive case management and life skills training. Basic need, that was emergency and transitional housing, and then we've also got emergency assistance, which is what most people are familiar with. Over 10,000 folks will receive a bag of food. There's rental assistance, utility assistance, similar to how the county provides those services as well, bus passes. Services for persons with disabilities. This is the combination of the two RSQs that I just briefly talked about. And you'll see there's a variety of services that really help those in need with disabilities in our community. There's a few other services there. Okay, so this is our contingency funding, the approximately $75,000. Ramps for Independence, pediatric therapy, child development for children with special needs, rapid rehousing case management, housing stability case management, Safe Kids water program, adult literacy, and then in addition, our summer camp program. Approximately 1,250 children will receive summer camp scholarships in this coming year. And we, as you know, work together with nonprofits to provide those services. So it's a total of $2.3 million and change that will provide our RSQ funding, contingency funding, and summer camp. The Children and Families Advisory Board went through a process this year with the nonprofits that are currently receiving funding and talked about the fact that they had not received an increase. And so they are very grateful. Their increase request was much higher, but they were very grateful for the 3% increase that you all recently approved in your budget, and it's reflected here. It has been programmed, not approved, but programmed over the 5-year forecast by the county manager to possibly receive an additional 3% over those 5 years. To get them a little bit, they have not had any kind of cost of living adjustment, and their needs are growing. So they're very grateful for that increase. And that's it. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you. And I wholeheartedly support the increase and would encourage the spending here, the increase, because we indeed have the extra funds coming into the general fund and the Revenue Streams Council. This is, talk about the health, safety, and welfare of our constituents and our citizens. This is the place that I would like to definitely see that increase, for the record. But also, I know, are we giving any higher weight to organizations such as the Early Learning Coalition? Because a 3% increase for them, it sounds 3% to us, but they get 16-1 in federal match dollars. So for every dollar, 1% we give them, basically, they get 16% from the feds. So you multiply 16 times 3, we're up at, what, 6, 12, 8, 48% increase to one organization with a 3% increase from us. So is that weighted any differently? And when you look at these allocations?
It is not.
And why don't we do that?
I don't have a response as to why they do not. That's something, if council wishes to give direction for them to consider, that's your prerogative.
Council, I would like to have a discussion on this very genuinely. Imagine we have one organization that gets a 16-1 match from the feds. For every dollar that they get, every 1%, they get a match of 16%. And honestly, we've left a lot of money on the table. We used to do that. We used to weight it. CFAB used to weight it with the ELC. And when we went through some changes, rightfully so, and I understand the RSQ process through all of that, well, we've gone through that, but at the same time, there are dollars left that Volusia is not, and here's an interesting analogy. We talk about the district cost differential in education at the school district, because we're not getting 100%, we're at like, I think 97% from the state. Well, we're not at 100% from the feds, we're leaving money on the table. I would like to see us have a very healthy discussion, Donna, at your direction. I would like to see us take a look at this and put a heavier weight on not just the ELC, but any organization that has the ability to increase the revenues, because you start increasing some of these funds, because ELC does not just VPK, they do early learning, and they do all the wraparound dollars for our working poor to keep them on the job. So there's multiple facets to expanding this, and I think it's time we have a very healthy discussion on this.
Can I address that?
Please.
This is something I think we should be doing in anything we do. It should be part of the conversation, and it's something that should be part of future councils to understand. And when we talk about the dynamic master plan and our future, that's one of the items that should be included in there, is when we make these types of investments into our community and these organizations, that ROI as leverage, and leverage is really what we should be talking about, should be included in the analysis. I mean, obviously, the way we changed it to the RFQ process, but I think it should be part of the analysis, not just as a conversation. It should be a line. We should know as council members what that matching dollar specifically should be, not just in this, but I mean, when we talk about roads, when we talk about trails, when we talk about all these things that we miss out on, I think if we put it in there in some way, that will remind future councils when they're making these decisions that ROI and the leverage should be part of the conversation. If that's okay with you, Deb, I think that's a way to put it in, so future, because it used to be.
It did used to be.
You know, and we changed it up, and I know it's still part of the conversation, but maybe just not as up front as I think it could
Well,
be.
it's been negated. There's no weight at all to any agency that has that ability, and return on investment, whatever we want to call. I think that, so how do we go about that, Council Josh? How do we go about that to make, in other words, next year, it's too late for this funding cycle, but the next funding cycle, we need to change our policy or our direction and give direction to CFAB on how to do this, because we're the ones that do this.
I think what you do is, and I like the idea of having this policy book, because that's in essence what the dynamic master plan is.
It
Really
is.
is just a collections of policies, or a collection of policies. So I think if you say the policy of this council is to make sure that leverage is included when talking about RFQs and these types of investments in the community, I think it will allow future councils to always know, unless they change the policy, that that would be included. It's not necessarily the sole thing, but I think it's a way of putting it in there somewhere, that, hey, by the way, when you're doing this, someone that's 16-1, doesn't that make sense, Jim? And where can you put it in a policy that future councils will know years from now to just as a hint to look for?
This is exactly why, as you saw, the changes that we made, because we're going to start really using this master plan. That's exactly where it belongs. And you need to come, what we should do is come back, and we can suggest policies. This is the way, nobody does it this way, but we're going to start doing it this way, is that you would suggest something, you'd agree on it, it would become part of our master plan.
And I think what's important, Deb, and I think, thank you for bringing it up, because this is
It's a good idea. It's a great
absolutely
idea.
something we should be doing. Because what in essence it does, if you're a business, is promotes people that are applying to you to look for leverage. So if you're promoting them to look for leverage, which they're doing, in essence, they all are, but getting it more and more out there, I think in essence, we both will in essence, help the community. So I mean, it's a no-brainer to me. It's a winning argument.
The other thing is that it goes in line with what we are trying to do everywhere on economic development, and everything's about leveraging through partnerships. Because we can't do these things alone, and the more you encourage people in everything we do, the more they look for leverage and how we can make it work for everybody.
Well, we need to get this implemented for next year's grant cycle, because, and I'm not sure on these organizations if they run, how their annual years run, if they're January to December or they're staggered.
It varies.
Yeah, I was going to say it's got to be a staggered year. So council, we need to set a policy that there is, because even I know the ELC was cut, I believe, in funding over the years, about 200,000. Multiply 200,000 times 16. And that tells you how many federal dollars Volusia County did not get.
That's right.
So, these are very real dollars. These are very real issues. And these are our kids. This is a segment of society that we really, really need and can have an impact in. So, Mr. Eckert, or Mr. Manager, how do we go forward and set a policy? Do you need to bring it back? But I want to see something in writing.
Right, because we have the discussion at dais, but we always bring back
Exactly.
the things in writing. And the difference now with the new plan we have, and we did this before, but what happened was, you just didn't see it, okay? Now, when you adopt it, you officially will be adopting it to the plan. You don't have to worry being carried forward. It'll be part of the master plan that goes on. So what we'll do is we'll bring you we'll give you different options, and then you can decide formally what you want to do. Right at that meeting, we'll show you where it goes in the plan. The next meeting, we'll bring forward the change, we'll put it right in your book.
What I would like to see along with that too, when it's brought back, I would like to see a historical perspective of funding for any agency that receives matching funds, that I would like to see at least the last 5 years from CFAB, what the spending has been, and any increases or decreases to those funds. I'd like to see historical perspective from that.
Do you want to see actually prior to when we went through the RSQ process to now?
Yes,
So it'll be longer than 5?
yes, yes, because that's what's gonna show the picture. That's what's gonna show.
We will need to bring you options, because if we're going to program in extra points for agency or agencies that receive leverage dollars, then if we stick to the format by which we presented all of our homeless dollars and how we spend all those dollars, if you add to one, then something has to give. So we're going to have to give you options on what that might look like.
Right.
Actually, that's not what I'm saying at all. You're missing my point here. What I'm saying, well, maybe so, but if 200, let's look at it this way, 200,000, what, you match 200,000 times 16, that's $3.2 million. Tell me what we're losing. You're gonna have a hard time
Well,
convincing me that we're taking from anything.
That's why we'll give you options,
Yeah.
because if what you're recommending, if you end up deciding that you want to add dollars, then that's a budget implication.
Understood?
What she's talking about is if you keep the dollar static,
Right.
then someone else will lose. okay? Now, here's what happens, because you're allocating it a little bit different. So the choice then is based on the dollars we have. You look at what your return on, it's really return on investment.
It
You look
is.
what your return on investment is, and then if you decide that you want to, if you want to offset that, then you have to decide whether you increase the spending to this line item.
Well, we can also increase, council has the ability within the budget to allocate more dollars to CFAB as an organization.
That's what I mean.
All right, yeah, so
that-
it's
but-
almost a hold harmless, I don't know if that's the right
Right.
word, Josh, but I don't want to do damage to the other agencies, that's not what I'm saying.
Right.
I just think that there is an opportunity here to serve our citizens a little better, stronger. Not that you're not doing a good job, Don, that's not what I'm.
No, this is a
not
good
what
way to do it, and this is a good way to do it, and I think to Josh's point, when we formally, you'll see where we formally apply this in the master plan, then you want to know, does it follow on to the future councils? See, the point is you're following the master plan. So if you want to change that with with the administrative side, you have to change it as a policy direction out of the book. That's how you'll make sure that it stays in. Because you'd have to make a definitive change.
And Deb, I don't think you're doing any other entity a disservice. I mean, when we made the change to this different process, it was hard. I mean, you
It was a
had
good change.
agency versus agency at some point. I think what this does is kind of levels the playing field and allows them to use it as, if you have two apples and they're providing a very similar service, if one's showing leverage at 16 to 1, and one's showing leverage at 4 to 1, then we should know that. And I think they should know it too. So I think it's more of a transparency issue than anything, by having the policy in place.
You know, one thing occurred to me that you could do that might offset this. Instead of blanket maybe saying we would increase the money to the CFAB, you might create a separate account that you would use for those that actually go further. So in other words, they can go after the extra dollars if they do more return on investment. Just a thought. These are the things we bring back to you. Just thinking out loud.
It's a good way to think, that's good.
We'll bring you
I
some-
appreciate your thinking out loud.
We'll bring you some options, and then you can give us formal direction.
Great, thank you so much.
And Ms. Denise, did you want to make a motion?
Be better then.
Move approval.
I have a motion for approval. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. I know that without that jacket, it takes a moment first.
It is.
It's like, wow.
Feel it.
Feel it. No, this is only, we have to do them separately, item 1. And so, without further discussion, motion for approval for the 2016-2017 Family and Children and Families Advisory Board funding recommendations, RSQ process. All those in favor, please signify by aye. Aye. And all those opposed, so carried unanimous. Now we go to item 2. I guess, okay, Ms. Butler, we'll give it to you again. I was kind of
It
expecting.
was included in the
Yeah, that's what I
presentation.
thought. I was expecting a motion somewhere.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of 2016-17 Children and Families Advisory Board funding recommendations.
Motion for approval, item 2, 2016-17 Children and Families Advisory Board funding recommendations. Do I hear a second? Thank you for Mr. Lowry. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried. Thank you. All right, thank you, ladies, for coming. Mr. Eckert, you would like to talk about the resolution expressing continued support for construction of Phase 2 of the Central Florida Commuter Rail System in Volusia County.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This results from the discussion of a few weeks ago. It says that the council is expressing its continued support for the initial capital funding of the Phase 2 as it exists currently in the contracts, not some other proposal that might be made, but what you've already committed to is 25% of the cost as defined in the contract, with the state funding 25% and the federal government funding 50%. So while there may be other ideas arise, I thought it was appropriate to express what it is the council is supporting. And beyond that, I don't think I have any additional comment.
All right, thank you, sir. I will take it over to Mr. Patterson, who is our representative on the Sunrail Commission.
Yeah, I support the resolution. I just wanted to make it, a lot of you probably don't know, but Tani O'Lore, who was running it, resigned on Monday from the Rail Commission. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
Tawny resigned?
Yeah, she resigned on Monday. She called me yesterday to tell me about the resignation. They haven't announced anybody yet to be taking her place or what the plan is. I guess that'll probably come out at the meeting next Thursday when Nicola LaCory will be in town. That's all I have to say. But, Mr. Chair, I move approval of the resolution.
Okay, there's a motion of approval for the resolution for expressing continued support for the construction of Phase 2 of the Central Florida Commuter Rail System in Volusia County. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Wagner is the second. Further discussion? Seeing no further comment, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried.
And on council time, I'll have some more comments.
Very well, sir. All right, we will now move to item number 4, which is a resolution for waiving of permit fees directly related to storm damage through December 31st, 2016, and emergency ordinance. Mr. Denning, you have the
Yes,
floor,
thank you,
sir.
Mr. Chair. Before we we go down this path on this, I did want to bring to the council's attention, Mr. Patterson, I'm trying to bring it up, even though you're doing this thing for making sure that there was support on your original concept for rail. Mr. Patterson was very insistent, and they agreed, I think reluctantly, to explore a change in language as a just-in-case, which the county attorney is working on. And I just want you to know that I think they were hesitant, and I think that Mr. Patterson made a really good argument, and I think that it was the right thing to do. And so it's like belt and suspenders. In other words, you're saying this is what we wanted to do based on the original concept, but he's also saying, but if that concept don't work out, we don't want to scramble. We want to start figuring out what the changes would be in the contract. Obviously, Dan's the one working on that, but I just wanted the council to know, I think that was a major change in how the Rail Commission has operated in terms of dealing with us. So that's going on. I think that's really important to know. Make sure it's publicly on the record that we are looking at a change in language if the state and federal government don't come through. Now, on the case of the permit fees, Mr. Irvin will go over what I'm suggesting as policy. As you know, I've talked to all of you, so it wasn't a surprise. I think it's the right thing to do. I think that, as I'm going to mention later on the hurricane, another perfect example of us all working together. Nothing that we are doing in the hurricane, including the permit fees and the waiver, we have not discussed with all the cities. So that we're all together, and there may be some minor differences between us and the cities, but I think that we've even tried to work the date that we would do it in till the end of the year. But I do think that it's something that's the appropriate thing to do for citizens, because I'll quote Mr. Wagner in the paper. I think it was you, Mr. Wagner, that said it was the last thing we should do is have people worried about fees when they're worried about other damage. And that really seems like added insult to injury if we're asking for fees. Mr. Irvin?
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. Before you have two different items. The first is a resolution pertaining to the waiver of fees. This is similar to the actions that we took in 2004 after Hurricanes Francis, Jean, and Charlie. The waiver of the fees applies to both residential and commercial properties. The critical element is that it's tied to storm-related damage. So therefore, if a tree or other debris damaged your home, you would be able to build it back to the pre-existing permittable condition. We will have in place ways to document and ensure that this is being done. First and foremost is the list of damaged properties that our inspectors conducted while doing the post-disaster assessment. We are also utilizing photographs, insurance information, as well as engineered drawings. The critical element there is that we're making sure that the folks are able to get their homes or businesses back to that precondition without worrying about the fees. We are also including a waiver of the administrative fees for variances. Applicants, if they are seeking a variance, would still be responsible for the advertising requirements. We're not certain that this is going to necessarily be utilized, but we wanted to make sure we had it available in case anyone came in. What we're looking at is primarily non-conforming structures that were legal prior to the storm who were damaged, who may have a case that would be supported through the PLDRC for approval of the variance. The other thing I just want to make clear is that there are certain surcharges that are charged by the state that we cannot waive. Those will have to be charged and will be collected. Just to kind of give you an idea, back in 2004, because of the extensive damage and everything else and the length of time that we ran this, it was totaling a little bit over $330,000 in amount of fees that were ultimately waived. We will be monitoring this to make sure that we keep a handle on it, and we have established a deadline of December 31st, 2016. Just to kind of give you an insight of where we're at right now. And please be aware, we are keeping track of those folks who have come in for permitting that are storm-related damages, so that way we would not be charging those. This would basically be retroactive. And to date, we have approximately 63 permits issued, 81 applications received, fees a little bit over $3,900. The majority of them are pertaining to electrical repairs and re-roof or roof repairs. Please be aware that right now a lot of folks haven't gotten their insurance adjusters out there, so I think the scope and amount of fees will increase in probably the next 30 to 45 days as folks are starting to do their rebuild. The other item that we have is an emergency ordinance. This is pertaining to folks.
Mr. Irvin,
Yes, sir.
I think we have to address each item separately.
Okay.
So
No,
let-
sir.
we
No,
don't?
no, sir. We have it as one motion.
Okay, so it's one motion, okay.
Sure.
I apologize.
Very
Please
good.
continue.
The second item pertains to allowing for RVs or mobile homes in situations where someone's home has been damaged such that it's not habitable. This is something we've experienced through a variety of different natural disasters, where we need to be able to allow these folks to have a place to stay while their homes are being reconstructed. Again, it will be a temporary situation that will be tied to the CO for the primary structure, so therefore we're able to monitor it prior to actual the new home being occupied. They would have to have the RV or mobile home removed and the site replaced to original condition. We feel that's going to be something that will help them out in the future.
Are we going to put a time limit on this? Basically, you're saying a mobile home or little travel trailer kind of thing. The roof is ripped off. They can stay in this thing. Are we putting any kind of time limit, like 8 months, 9 months, a year?
Well, we're allowing it for up to 1 year to get the permits and everything going, and then the mobile home or RV has to be removed prior to the issuance of the CO for the
Right.
original structure.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, the folks who are going to be getting going right away will be able to get it done quicker. Those who are waiting in line for their contractors will have an unfortunate delay.
Okay.
That's all we have to report. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. And also available here is Mike Nelson from Building and Zoning.
All right, thank you. So if I'm correct, Ms. Seaman, it's a motion for approval on item 4, which would be both items at one time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I will open up for council discussion or motion. Mr. Lowry.
Can you turn on your mic and say
Have your
that again,
microphone on.
please?
I'm sorry.
There we go.
Hey,
Hi, Fred.
I move for adopting the resolution for waiving permit fees and the emergency ordinance.
Okay, here's the motion for approval of a resolution of waiving permit fees directly related to storm damage through December 31st, 2016, and emergency ordinance. Do I hear a second? Mr. Patterson gets to be the second on that, and we'll have further discussion. You still have the floor, Mr. Lowry.
I just want to say I appreciate the way you worded that, because there's a lot of competition out there right now for all kinds of services, not just here in Volusia County, but I mean all the way up and down the coast. And we're going to have to be pretty time gracious, I think, in regard to that. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I and I hope there are a lot of people listening here, but really, really emphasize it. You got to watch it. These people that are out there, you have to watch it and use real contractors, not, you know, some guy comes down from New York or California or Wisconsin or wherever with a sign says, hey, I can fix your house. You got to be careful, and citizens beware. Mr. Deneen,
I'll wait till after you vote. I have to make a comment on something that we're doing.
you wait till after the vote?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 'cause my comment goes a little bit beyond what he just.
Okay, makes me a little nervous when you do that, but okay. I want to make my comment after the vote. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of resolution for waiving permit fees directly related to storm damage through December 31st, 2016, and emergency ordinance, please signify by aye. All those opposed? So carried unanimous. Yes, sir, Mr. Deneen.
I wanted to point out, just so we're clear, because it's a little bit different with some of the cities, and we've encouraged them to relook at their policy, but there is a possibility people could have experienced or will experience, especially as trees moved over, broken water lanes. We already have a policy that allows us to forgive those costs for water. That should not be something people get damaged again on because in a lot of cases, we may find that someone may not know for a couple weeks from now that they have a serious water leak. Maybe they still got water coming to the house, but the tree that was halfway over, ruptured the line to a certain degree. We already have policies in place that will help us deal with that, and we'll do it on a case-by-case basis. And if it's storm-related, then we'll waive any cost for the extra water. We've encouraged the other cities to look at that because we think that, the storm, they should take in consideration because some of them have policies different than us. But if someone out there finds out that they have an unusual water bill and we can connect it to, you have to use a plumber, somebody licensed that can look at it and say that something in relationship to the storm, especially trees being uprooted, damaged the water line that caused for a water leak, then we'll adjust that bill so people don't have to worry about finding out they got a $2,000 water bill.
If I may piggyback on that, when I was in college, I was renting a room, and one day my friend come into the garage where I was doing my homework. Used to do it standing up all the time. He says, "How long of a shower do you take?" And I said, "Excuse me?" He says, shows me the water bill. It's like $800. Port Orange, thank goodness, had a very similar policy, so it wasn't that. But it doesn't even have to be a storm for that to happen. That was not even during the storm. So yeah, that's a good policy to have, and I appreciate that. Any other discussion on this matter? Good. Mr. Deneen, would you care to discuss with us or talk to us about the kickoff for the 2016 Employee Feed the Need food drive this year?
Yes, it would. Joanne Magley, who does a wonderful job running this, is going to go over the process that we're going to use. I will tell you that I asked the managers in the middle of these conversations we've been having about all the stuff on Hurricane Matthew. I believe that we should continue, and I think that this program is very important. People count on it. But even more important, during the hurricane. I think there are people that got damaged out there, and they're going to struggle, and I think the food is going to become even more important. I asked the managers whether they felt that they could be on board in the midst of everything else and keep the campaign up and going because we want to have a good showing. Maybe, hopefully, if we beat our record again, which would be unbelievable. But I just want you to know, they all agreed that we should continue and really put emphasis into the program this year. Joanne?
Okay, good morning. Joanne Magley, Community Information Director. And as Mr. Deneen said, we are ramping up for the 2016 Feed the Need food drive. It'll again be the week before Thanksgiving. That's when all the public employees throughout Volusia County will do their collection. And then about a week or so afterward, that's when the county team comes around and collects all the food. So this is the 6th year for this countywide public employee food drive. We partner with Second Harvest Food Bank to distribute the food throughout Volusia County to various agencies, and the food will stay in the community which it's collected. So for instance, whatever Ormond Beach collects, that food will be distributed only to Ormond Beach. So here is the total so far that we have from the last 5 years. As you can see, in 2011, that was our first year, and we thought that was pretty good, 37,000 pounds worth of food. And as we kept going each year and each year, every community just kept stepping up, and we kept breaking record after record for our own food drive. And last year, we had 121,000 pounds of food collected. So that is a record. Most of these figures are a record within Second Harvest Food Bank itself, because they deal with a lot of food drives each year. So again, each year, Holly Hill just keeps stepping up, and each year they've been the winner for the most pounds of food collected per full-time employees. So last year with 105 employees, and that's cash and actual food that they collect. In total, they had 22,000 pounds of food, which equals out to about 210 pounds of food per employee. So that's how they took the lead again. And again, this year, the libraries will participate in their Food for Fines program. They give a $1 reduction in fines for each canned food or boxed food item that is brought into the library. And last year, Food for Fines gathered more than 11,000 pounds of food. So that's a great program as well. So again, we're getting ready, and we're looking forward to continuing this record-breaking food drive. Any questions?
One thing I'd like to add when she says record-breaking, the first year at 37,000 pounds, it was the largest single food drive they've ever, that this community's ever had, at 37,000 pounds. It is so far, of all the things that I've been involved with and had an opportunity to start, this is one of, I'm proud of this. It exceeded my expectations, and I had pretty high expectations. But that's an enormous amount of food. It affects a lot of families. I'm proud of all the cities that are involved, and I was proud of their response, that they agreed with me that we really need to try to even ramp it up more this year.
And real quick, with that 120,000 pounds of food, that fed last year more than 3,400 local families for 5 days. So that's how it helps the local community. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Nope, thank you, ma'am. Okay. Hey, we're actually moving right along here, and, okay. Item number 6, Mr. Jim, this is, yes, item 6 is for Mr. Jim Judge to come forward, please, but Mr. Deneen, you have a lead-in for this particular item, something very near and dear to all our hearts.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I call it the, huge storm, huge response. But this isn't, Mr. Judge is going to get into, and I think it's really good for the council to publicly understand some of the nature of what happened here. But I want to point out something. This effort worked. Now, I will give the previous council credit for allowing us to spend $19 million to build the new Emergency Management Center and Consolidated Dispatch so that we could put everybody together. And that allowed the facility, together with the fact that we spend all the money to run it, that allowed the facility to be set up, that allowed Jim to come in and with all of us put together a new program. But this is the best single effort in terms of cooperation and coordination, I want people to understand this, that I have ever seen. Just to give you a feel, in our own county, accounting, purchasing, sheriff's office, OSHA center, fire services, emergency medical service, emergency medical administration, corrections, beach, extension services, fairgrounds, public works, coastal, environmental, community services, community information, IT, planning and development, veteran services, all the cities in the county, which are Daytona Beach Shores, DeBerry, DeLand, Deltona, Edgewater, Oak Hill, Pearson, Lake Helen, Orange City, Port Orange, Ormond Beach, Holly Hill, South Daytona, New Smyrna Beach, Ponce Inlet. We had the Florida Division of Emergency Management, FEMA, Department of Health, VOTRAN, Volusia County Schools. That there was your whole basis of all 21 shelters we had. Duke, FPL, Salvation Army, Red Cross, Embry-Riddle, Daytona State, Bethune-Cookman, United Way of Brevard and Volusia, COAD. I'll mention something specifically about COAD. Mr. Bruno, the job he did was unbelievable. AmeriCorps, United Methodist Church, Florida Baptist, Church of the Latter-day Saints, American Patriots, Port Orange Firefighters, Volunteers of Florida, and that was off-duty at Port Orange firefighters, Catholic Charities, and FDOT. All those people were in the same building, all rowing in the same direction. And that's why the response is different now than it was in '04 and '05. And I want to thank everyone, and also want to do a shout out to the media, which sometimes, and maybe rightly so, gets beat up. We all get beat up for good reason sometimes. Did a tremendous job. They were embedded out there. A bunch of them weathered the storm over in their headquarters at the News Journal. But I thought that they did a fantastic job of getting the message across, starting with, and I want to thank the council for all you showing up for the emergency meeting, except Mr. Daniels, but in all fairness, Mr. Daniels was out of town, okay? And he and I talked, and he was right there, and I mentioned it that day. But the fact of the matter that with that special session, I think the media really took it serious, and I think that made a difference with some people, could have saved some lives. I will guarantee you, if this storm had not changed track, it would definitely save lives. The fact that the people took it serious and left the barrier island, they understood when we did the curfew, they understood when we closed the bridges, that it was a big deal. And they really helped us. But once again, I want to say, no one person or agency should get thanked. This was the best effort I have ever seen in my career of everybody working together. And I want to thank the previous council that spent the money for the facility, because it made a difference having everybody right there, all focused on what we were going to do, from getting ready to responding as soon as the wind started to die down. Mr. Judge?
Thank you very much. Chairman Davis, members of the council, good morning. Jim Judge, your Emergency Management Director. I provided some information for you sort of as an overview on where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. And if I could just take a few minutes, just kind of recap some of the things that have taken place. Of course, we do monitor the traffic, as you can imagine, all year long, especially during hurricane season, but you never know what might take place in other months of the year. And as we watched this storm come off the coast of Africa, it was a low-pressure system, formed as a tropical storm, and then, of course, Hurricane Matthew was formed. And then we watched it as it tracked, watching that cone of the air cone. And then for a while, it was tracking off into the Atlantic, which was pretty good news. But then every single time we got an update, that track kept shifting further and further to the east coast of Florida. And, of course, we all know the rest of the story, as they say. We did end up with significant weather here in Volusia County. And it was on 5:30 update on Tuesday, October the 4th, with the briefing with the National Weather Service, when it was very, very clear that Hurricane Matthew was projected to move closer to the east coast of Florida with strong hurricane force winds that would certainly impact Brevard, Volusia, Flagler, and even points north. As a result of the information, we did convene, Mr. Deneen convened an emergency session of the County Council, and we enacted a local state of emergency. Evacuations, 2 weeks ago, right now, we were evacuating the Barrier Island, RV parks, mobile home parks, and low-lying areas. 2 weeks ago, we were at a full activation today, and I believe at some points we had over 225 individuals within that emergency operations center. Overall, we had sustained winds of about 90 miles per hour east of 95, and that gusting up to as much as 110 miles an hour. We had strong tropical storm force winds in the western parts of the county, but those gusts certainly did reach hurricane force level. We partially activated last Wednesday, and then, of course, again, a full activation on Thursday the 6th, and we continued that full activation for a number of days. We still are currently at a level 2 partial activation because we do have our Citizen Information Center activated. We have FEMA and other folks in the building that we continue to work with. And the Citizen Information Center so far has handled over 10,000 phone calls. They will continue to operate through the week, through the weekend, and then through all of next week as we continue to field calls from the public. And we still continue to get approximately 100 phone calls a day, but we have gone down to minimal staffing, but the right levels to make sure that folks are answering those phones quickly. Overall, we opened 21 shelters throughout Volusia County. 13 of those were general population shelters. 13, we had, out of the 13, 3 were pet-friendly. And then, of course, 5 special needs shelters, and all of those are pet-friendly. We had 359 clients in special needs. The health department did an outstanding job. The partnership with the school board was fantastic. Votran, in order to move these folks, was nothing short of outstanding. We had over 4,000 folks in the shelters in all these 21 facilities, and then we were able to phase those down. We got down to 3 facilities, and then the last one was at the Ocean Center, and we closed it up just a few days ago, and everyone was on their way. Of course, you know, right after the storm, we had 47% of the county without power, and we had Duke, FP&L in the building working directly with us, and they even participated in our press conferences and news releases on their activities. Of course, a curfew was put into place on Friday at midnight that ran through October the 8th at 7 a.m., and law enforcement was out in force making sure that the citizens were protected. A little bit about the meals. Salvation Army, almost over 19,000 meals, 14,000 drinks, snacks. They provided lodging for 144 folks. The Red Cross, close to 6,000 meals, 11,000 snacks, and a lot of bulk items delivered. They delivered gloves, shovels, bug spray. They handed out tarps and water along with us, and they took care of 165 folks who needed some assistance in overnight stays. They continue to give out cleanup kits as people are still cleaning up after the hurricane, and also comfort kits. And the Red Cross did an outstanding job working with us on those, again, those 3 additional shelters that were post-storm to help take care of folks who really needed a place to stay until they could get back on their feet. We handed out a lot of items. We handed out over 900 tarps. The Division of Corrections put more than 6,400 inmate hours. They filled over 13,000 sandbags and also delivered those sandbags to the points of distribution. And all I had to do was call Mark Flowers and say, Mark, I need 20 pallets to go to Pearson. I need 10 pallets to go to Edgewater or down to Oak Hill. And within an hour, that mission was handled. So Corrections did an absolutely incredible job. Overall, we did hand out over 204 pallets of water that we distributed. The city of Ormond Beach received 144 pallets due to water main breaks. And we just yesterday continued to hand out another 50 tarps to Oak Hill and an additional half a pallet of water. The COAD, as Mr. Deneen mentioned, is the lead for our ESF 15, which is volunteers and donations. And they are continuing to work with our community groups in continuing to help the citizens recover from this devastating storm. Declarations, so far we
Jim,
have...
hold on one second.
Yes, sir.
On the COAD, I think I've talked to all the council members about people that really had need. The issue here with the way this was organized is that we gave out stuff, but we made sure it went to the people that were needy.
Yes.
So this was not just, which I've seen in some places, this general giveaway where you don't get it to the people that need it. And what we did is we went out to them. And I cannot tell you how well this worked and how appropriate it was the way it was set up. And in all honesty, all those people, and Mr. Bruno stayed with us the whole time at the EOC Center and actually coordinated this whole thing. This is the best I've ever seen in terms of really meeting human needs where people are really needy. Like the tarps went to the right people, and they had people like the Embry-Riddle kids putting them on, our inmates helping them put them on. They couldn't do it themselves. So I just want to point out, that's a special type of reaction, especially after the storm. And I thought the way we handled it was best. People didn't have to come to us. The fact that we had one number to call, that you got a human being, made a big difference. Because we made sure you got the right service. But a special shout out to that whole group, because they dealt with the really neediest, and some of these people really had real damage.
And you know, the important thing is that we took things to people. You know, we delivered food, we delivered tarps, we delivered water right to the people who needed them most. This is a large county, you know, as we say, it's the size of Rhode Island. And, you know, with the needs scattered throughout Volusia County, being able to get those items to the people that needed them, you know, not within in half a day or a full day, within hours of them making the request for those needs, I think was just an incredible amount of work and teamwork, and also, again, with Corrections being able to step up and handle that for us. 4 declarations, just continuing a little bit longer. We've got public assistance for Category A-B. Right now, we are waiting on the final declaration for PA, which we can expect almost any time. They completed their work yesterday. The information that we met the thresholds is going up the chain, and we expect to hear something any time for the full PA declaration. Yes, sir.
You have to explain these little initials, because nobody knows what a PA is, and we are on internet. So you say PA, everybody goes, what's a PA?
If I could, Mr. Rectorwell, would you mind helping me with the A and B? I know you've lived through this.
Yeah, the A and the B are your, the initial response, the emergency protective services, and then the B gets into the debris removal. So those we've already been approved for. And then the C, D, and E's, I'd have to get the chart out, but basically these are the other categories in government, parks and recreation, building services.
Roads.
Roads and bridges, so that each one of those numbers has a, each one of those letters has an affiliated public area. As long as I have the floor for a second, I also wanted to say a couple things that this response was no accident, as Mr. Deneen mentioned. Volusia County is a national recognized leader in what we do. Craig Fugate has been in our facility. Unfortunately, a lot of us have got a lot of experience. I think with Donna and I and others, I think we were counting it the other day, maybe around 10 FEMA disasters in our career. So, and many, many others. The people that are out there running these divisions and departments that were mentioned, very, very experienced. There's a lot of exercising that goes on through the years. I think that we could probably always use more. We'll definitely have an after action. We always want to improve what we're doing, but I can't say enough that really people look to us on how we do this. And Jim's, you know, again, done just an outstanding job. One other point I want to make before because we're going to kind of transition this into where are we going next, but just a point to make too. Back in there, you know, we talked about this, you know, it was a 4 and then became a 3 and what we got hit was a 1. That's why people need to be careful about watching that number 2, 3, 1, whatever that is, because at the end of the day, as this thing went up the coast, and we'll have some people here speaking in a moment that have a national perspective, you know, there are a lot of conditions that can occur in these storms. And as Jim said, really the winds, and think about everything he said and what's occurred, the winds that hit us by the end of the day were Category 1 winds. So think of the damage and what we're up against, and in a few minutes we're going to give you how much debris is estimated out there. That's with a 1. And the flooding and everything that's occurred up in the Carolinas, it was a 1. So don't take those numbers lightly, you know. And again, we dodged a cannonball. Had that been a 3, you'd have been talking about complete reconstruction of areas. So I just don't want the public to, you know, think, hey, well, we survived a 3. No, you really didn't. You survived a 3 that missed us. You survived a 1 that hit you. So, you know, and that was bad enough. And so I just wanted to make that point that.
Yes, sir. 30 miles off the coast
Yes.
made all the difference in the world. As Mr. Deneen has mentioned, that we didn't dodge a bullet, we dodged a cannonball. And one of the meteorologists with the National Weather Service said that 30 miles was difference of being a planet away. All the severe Category 3 storm winds stayed off of the coast, which we were extremely fortunate for. And also, as far as the recovery process goes, you know, we did receive the individual assistance on Monday. We've disseminated a great deal of information through Joanne and Shelley, and so far, as of 6 o'clock last night, we have 8,500 folks registered so far. And debris removal, Mr. Angeli is going to be discussing that. And where do we go next? We will be working to, the next process will be to get everyone together as far as the workshops. Bring all the cities in the county together where FEMA will come in and discuss the process going forward, the application process for public assistance. At that time, the cities in the county will all register online at that point, and then we will continue to move the process forward. So I would submit that, you know, when you have an event like this, it comes down to, you know, how successful you're going to be, and it comes down to leadership. Mr. Deneen, you know, not only was there with us side by side, shoulder to shoulder, he spent the night with us, and the strong leadership that we had, I think, really made a difference in us getting through this. Also with Mr. Rechtenwald, Mr. Pleister, their leadership, the leadership of the divisions, the departments was outstanding. The partnership with the cities, with all of our partners, was nothing short of just completely outstanding. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
One additional thing that I think the public needs to know that they wouldn't necessarily know. I appreciate all the time spent on the phone with all the individual council members giving you updates. And I know they were being called all the time. And so part of the press, part of the conversation here that went on, okay, in terms of informing the public, a lot of it was through my county council members who were answering phone calls all the time, trying to give people answers. We try to keep them up to date. I mean, I worked pretty hard to try to make sure everybody understood exactly what we were and how to answer certain questions because they needed to be part of our system of giving information out. I appreciate that. Now, there was one exception where I was more worried about what information I was getting from him than I was from the rest of you, as he weathered the storm in his house on the ocean, okay?
He's looking
And
at
so-
you, Josh, by the way.
Yeah,
Just thought I'd point
as
that
I
out.
called him about every 50
I
minutes.
stayed because I have my brother has a boat, and there were certain things I had to take care of, and don't worry, my kids didn't stay.
We know that.
I just
But,
put that out there.
and so here was the point,
Fine,
and
I
even,
live on a sand dune.
I'm gonna tell you something that even Josh doesn't know, is during our briefings, when we would go with the state and they'd bring out all the different forecasts and everything, we'd also have the Josh report. So I'd call Josh about once an hour, and he would tell me how bad it looked and what the issues were. And so we had a sort of our man on the scene that we were also using in our briefings.
I did. I have a lot of I actually was sending pictures in. It was just so everyone knows. I live in a block house. It's
He
safe.
does.
It's on a 30-foot hill, so I didn't do anything crazy.
It appears as though it blew
we
your
had
jacket plumb off.
we had radios, but we did have a lot of boat damage.
Right.
I don't think people realize how many boats really got damaged in this. I know we talk about property damage with like homes, but countless friends have boats. They had boats in yards. I mean, they had boats all over the place.
Seriously, he was the only person that we had straight contact with all the time, and he did help us in terms of telling us exactly what was happening and how bad it was getting, how far the waves were coming up, which had an effect on where we thought we'd be with the beach when we got done.
We were also getting those reports, so it was very helpful for us to know what was also going on out there. And Mr. Dean, if I could, I do want to recognize the staff we have here, Chairman Davis. Thank you. Yolanda, Tom, Larry, outstanding team. We solved one problem after the other for days on end. And again, that's the beauty of that facility is that, everybody was in the room and all you had to do was walk across and say, I got a problem, here it is. And then somebody would pick it up and run with it and solve it, and we would run to the next one. So
One other thing that nobody would know, I really appreciate when I called Dan, our county attorney, a couple of times, because I needed legal assistance and being able to do things like the curfew and everything. Dan came out in the storm and made sure that in the midst of all of it, we still did it legally correct.
Chairman Davis, we did put a running magazine, the remote control, and some mints on Mr. Deneen's pillow, so I want that in a record.
Wait, he had a pillow?
I brought my own.
Oh, okay. He got mints? That's the question. I'm like-
Hey, the way that was looking at one point, the pillow might have been the only thing that came out of his place. So.
Yeah, it was in a bad spot.
Well, as everybody else gets set up here, Mr. Judge, I thank you and your staff. I thank previous councils for creating the EOC. This was truly amazing the way, when we had the 04 hurricanes, it took 4 or 5 weeks. Some people were without power. I don't think anybody went more than 4 or 5 days. And trust me, when the power comes back on, everybody goes, the food doesn't melt anymore and the air conditioner starts working.
As a statistic, we had 242,000 people out after the storm, 47%, and we had 90%, about 90, 92% up in 48 hours. And then that last 10%, 8%, really, you actually had half of that up in the next day in 72 hours. And then it took about a fourth day to get that last one because there was those are people where there was real damage. We had a spot in, I guess, by Maytown Road where that velocity of that wind had to be probably category 3. It took out 63 telephone poles in a row. Well, now that kind of stuff is not hooking somebody up. It's rebuilding. And then the biggest problem that they had in the end with the power companies, when they were down to the last 4,000 or 5,000 people, a lot of it had to do with the individual structure itself, where their own power heads got ripped off the house, or I've known that a couple of businesses have their own additional power source, and maybe it's underground by their business, and it got full of water, and it got in other words, it became a private issue in terms of that individual facility. I will tell you that I met with a lot of people who told me they were really appreciative that we'd kept them up to speed, and that were really appreciative of how fast the power got on. I'm a big believer that I've been through, this is my first hurricane, it ain't my first rodeo. I've been through lots of storms, big ones, blizzards and snowstorms and all that. And what you really learn is the most important thing is get power on. Without power on, it really starts to cause major problems, and it causes, aside from all kinds of health issues, it really affects all kinds of special needs people. And what it does, it disrupts business. It's not just everybody, oh, they're not making money. All these people lose their jobs, and people can't afford it. So the faster we get the power up, and we'll talk about that a little bit later.
Sir, thank you.
Oh, Jim, I wasn't done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just got muscled out of the way for a moment. Now I'm muscling back in. And Mr. Patterson has something to say before we go on to these, the subsets here. And one thing I will have to agree with you, and I thank you, and the citizens of Oak Hill and Pearson, thank you. After the storm, I went to the outlying areas. I actually drove out there, put myself at risk, car at risk, tires, all that. By the way, can I get tires reimbursed? No. Oh, darn. Okay. Anyways, whenever these outlying communities contacted me and their representative came up to me and said, hey, we need tarps, we need food, we need water, and I'm walking around looking at all the damage and taking pictures of all this stuff. All I had to do is pick up the phone and call you. And that was the best part is I said, hey, Mr. Judge, we need some tarps here. Before the phone hung up, you were talking to somebody and said, they're on their way right now. And the truck was loaded, and it was moving. It was food, it was water, it was Red Cross, it was Salvation Army, it was tarps, it was whatever these people needed, and that made a big difference to everybody out there. And on behalf of Oak Hill citizens and Pearson citizens, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And Mr. Patterson has a quick comment before we go to the next slide here.
Well, I just want to say, because I remember back in 1997 when Volusia County was the second county in the state to be chosen by FEMA to go through storm team training. And it was a heck of an experience because I was there, and we went up there. And I think that's what, almost 20 years ago, what this has done for us and made us that successful. Because we've had tornadoes, the fires in '98, and boom, and always activating the EOC and going through it, and the ordinance that was created back in 1997, which allowed for a lot of things to happen. So, and the cooperation of the cities, coming in there, and the various nonprofits who are there. So, a big shout out to everybody. But it did start 20 years. It's taken 20 years to get this darn good. Right. No, and we were good right away, but it is. I have a lot of people, when I sit down and explain to them exactly what the mechanics of this whole thing, they are amazed. It just doesn't happen. It has to happen. And it's, your staff and everybody over there is doing a tremendous job. So.
Thank you.
Okay, who's next for you?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
No, you want to talk before we go on with this? Ms. Denny.
Please. Thank you. I just want to thank you, too, for everything that has been coordinated. I will tell you, this, as bad as this was, we've never looked so good as a community. Between the cities and the county and the agencies, everywhere I go when I'm out in the community since then has been such a united community working well together to serve the health, welfare, and safety of our citizens. I was at an event the other night, and Randy Cruz from Embry-Riddle was talking to him, and he said, as this thing was coming over, their meteorologist came in to him and said, you need to take a look at this, is what's coming. But everybody, and I mean that very genuinely, has been overly impressed with how we have collaborated between the cities and the agencies and the county. But to say that, especially now with what Councilman Patterson said, I want to piggyback on that with a discussion I had with staff Tuesday in our meeting on, what did you call it, Mr. Patterson, your storm team training? That was back in the day, 20 years ago. Well, some of us weren't there then, and things have changed. I would like to see council consider doing it yet again, and take a look at it next year when the new council is seated, because there's so much, and I thank you, Mr. Manager, for all the calls and the updates, and we did a lot online, even through social media. We didn't have social media even in 2004. That helped get a lot of information out there and posting information for folks and our citizens. But I think it's time we do it again, because just to know the flow, how it works, and bring in our agencies, bring our cities in, and just really, you know, a lot of us weren't around 20 years ago, but at least not here. Anyway, but I would like to see, I'd like to take a look at that and bring it back to council for consideration for next year.
Well, we can do that. We actually do, it's been going on. I've been through it, everybody, you know, the staff has to be through it, because we're the ones responsible for responding. It's good to have the elected officials, but it's like anything else. There's only so many slots. Here's what I would suggest, and I think in your case, I think you may be interested. I will tell you what I have found out. I actually think that training is more valuable if you've been on the council for a while and have a feel for the organization. Then I think you understand and appreciate the training better, because you have to understand how big and complicated, and if you have a feel for what we're about, then the training makes a lot more sense to you. You know, especially now in our case where that's our profession, you understand that. So I think it's a good idea, and it's something that we can do they do it on a fairly annual basis. And so if you just want to select a council member to be one of the people that does that training, I think it's a great idea. My advice is, I think you should have some experience on the council to get the real value out of the training.
Well, I would like to request, I'd like to see the entire council go. It's going to be up to the council to decide what we do with that. But I definitely would be interested. It would help tremendously in how to respond to citizens, and just to know the flow of events, and how to even keep the other agencies and other electeds in the district updated and secure. I think it's the prudent thing to do at this time.
And Chairman Davis and Mr. Deneen, my recommendation would be is we bring them here. That way we're working out of our own facility with our own partners, doing it here rather than trying to travel to Emmitsburg, Maryland and duplicate it there. It would be more cost effective.
Let me jump in here. Why don't we do this too? There's several options, and I think what we need to do is review those options. It's a program. We don't get to pick it. The FEMA puts it out.
They put it out.
And we'll look at what the options are, and they go all the way from the whole community to the individual. But it's actually a competitive process. So we have to work with what we'll do is we'll get the options, the programs out there. We can bring them back and discuss them, and then decide. It's basically a grant. You're going after a grant, and we'll go after the grants that council wishes to do.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Ms. Denny's, FEMA came in and spent a week or two in Volusia County in 1997 looking at all of our assets, and that's how they determined how Volusia County was going to fit into this. Because when we arrived in Emmitsburg, Maryland, they said there's a storm headed. So every hour or so we were updated coordinates of a storm coming in, and all the EFSs, everybody was in place. So it's a week-long experience. So I think doing something here, because it was expensive when you take 140 people from Volusia County up to Emmitsburg, Maryland.
I think what George is getting at, and Judge, Mr. Judge, and it ties into what I'm saying, is there's two levels here. One is to bring them in to give everyone an overview and a briefing. I think if you have, I'll repeat it again, you take someone like yourself, Ms. Denny's been around now, you understand the system, you know how everybody fits together. To be on that team when we do a grant for a team and we have one of our council members on that team, someone like yourself that's got experience, I think you'd get more value out of it. But then you go through, that's a mock experience, and that's actually, they take you through hour by hour. So I think that really makes a lot of sense for people that have a feel for how we do stuff. So there's two levels. I think the first level is get all the council members involved here locally, and then be able to apply for the grant and include at least one of the council members. You got to want to do it too, because it's a commitment.
I don't think anybody wants to do hurricanes
No.
or disaster, and
No.
you don't want to until you have to,
Right.
and when you have to, you should have done it. So I think we're kind of, we don't want to, should have done it, let's do it, and serve our constituents better. Because I'm telling, it would help me tremendously.
The other thing that's really changed, and in fact, Joanne's did a wonderful job with this, is that even the training that I've been through all the years and went up on all the special, the new communication stuff on social media really has changed how we interact with the public. And what Joanne did was they made sure that, for example, all of our press conferences were all on the internet. And here's what really happened, and as good a job as the media did, and they did, but, you know, they would, for example, we do our press conference, and I have to admit, I joke with them, because I still don't understand why they do this. Well, they would cut to their person standing outside in the weather, okay? Which we use as a barometer of, like, how much, you know, when the weather person no longer goes outside, I guess the storm's really here. Because they take them right to the verge, you know?
Wait a minute, you had Josh.
Well, yes, that's true. But anyway, what Joanne showed us was that on the internet, the full press conferences continued. I was shocked at how many people sent me emails. I'm talking about people that I knew from different parts of the country that said, we really follow along with the social media. But really, for people that lived here, I have been really surprised at how many people live here contacted me personally and said they really appreciated that broadcast because we walked through every detail of what was going on. And so rather than the commercials or other thing going on, these are people who started to get scared, especially people in this area. And so having us stand there, and we took our time with FP&L and Duke and the sheriff and myself, you know, and somebody from, say, for example, the Red Cross or Jim, and we went through each step and exactly where we were at. I had people say, you know what, that was comforting because that was what they wanted to know, you know, and where the relief was, what the number was. We kept repeating the number and what we'd have. So, Ms. Danes, I think this whole issue about training, the one thing that is relatively new is how we interact. And then I think how we interact between us directly with the citizens. And here's the thing I found. I did it myself trying to patch through, but I think we need to talk about how we interact with the council members with social media so that you're prepared. Because as you know, and especially in her case, she called me about all the people that were calling her and saying, I'd like to know. And she wants to be informed because people call her. So I really think we could, I won't say improve, but I think that's a new area we got to explore. And Joanne, I think we need to actually talk more about how we interact during the storm, because you didn't have this capability before. How we interact to give people the real story.
And that sounds great and wonderful, but you got to remember, 47% of us didn't have power. If you don't have power, you don't have the internet. My phone, my phone was not working. My cell phone, none of them. I got two.
But usually when you got to know power, we had already told you what was coming, how to deal with it, that kind of stuff. And for some people, I guess it also depends on how your phone's charged and everything. If the internet's still there, a lot of people still get things over their phone. I mean, we all had the special chargers that we even gave you that had power in them. So you made sure you had your phone could work. All I'm saying is that was if I had a takeaway that was different, that was it. Was that communicating is different than even I was taught. Yeah. And we did really well. I'm very, very pleased. But I think it's an evolving area that we could explore to do even a better job in.
Thank you.
All right, Jim, take it away. Let's, who's going to speak to us about
Next up is John and Julie. And just before he gets started, I just wanted to say a little bit about this part. In some ways, I mean, it was you can see a storm coming, you can react. We came together, and I wouldn't say the fun stuff, but a lot of the reactionary stuff occurs, and now we're left with the debris part of it. And this is not the fun part of it at all. This is a lot of work that's going to go on as we rebuild this community and clean up this community, and it's nothing that can happen quickly because of the amount we have. But we have come a long way again, and since 2004. Things we learned in 2004 were root rakes and heavy equipment running down little streets. While they picked up the debris, they also picked up your mailbox. They picked up everything you owned along the way. So we've made changes. The whole debris removal industry, I think, has evolved. We're a lot more surgical with what we do. Not to say we still can't get a mailbox, especially if you piled your debris all the way around it. It's going to probably head down the road with it. But we've tried, and we'll. And this is something that's going to go on, and John will get into the details. But I want to stress this is a big deal. This is a big, big, expensive deal for the county. We were declared, but as we said multiple times leading up in those press conferences, declaration for debris removal has restrictions, no use of contractors. We stressed it, I know, on television. You know, if you use a contractor, it had to go to its final resting place. You know, private businesses and this type of thing, you know, they are not part of the declaration. We're working on, you know, getting waivers and such, but, you know, the FEMA program, I think one thing to remember kind of sums it up. They're the payer of last resort. So in all these programs, and even in our properties, like things like canals and such, there are other entities that control canals, and we have to make sure they're not going to pay before FEMA will pay. The Corps of Engineers, they have a responsibility in certain things, so you know we have to go to them. Sometimes they run out of money. There may be a possibility for FEMA at that time, but they're the payer of last resort. And of course, if you have insurance, you know, that has to take into consideration too. So all that, it's a very complex thing. I think unfortunately people, you know, have been trained, get that thing out to the right of way under all circumstances, and we're going to come get it. Well, that's for the homeowner and on a public road. So I'm going to let John take it away from there. And we've got also here today our debris monitoring firm, Tetra Tech, and also our contractor, Ashbrit, and they may speak to a little bit here in a minute, and a little bit also I want to get a perspective that they bring from years of experience nationally and this disaster, which really, when you think about it geographically, it stretches from South Florida to North Carolina, so it's on a scale really of a Katrina. It's just spread out up and down the East Coast. But make no doubt, this is a major national disaster.
But when he talks about FEMA, I have to say, put this on the record. You know, I've had a lot of experience with them. They clearly are better run now than they once were. They're also trying to protect the taxpayer. So all their rules are not crazy, and I understand why, because they can get taken advantage of. I will tell you, I need to point out that, how can I say this? I had to be insistent that we get a response that I felt was in keeping with the nature of the damage we had, and I had to clarify that to FEMA. I will tell you that once that clarification got through and I was able to communicate my concerns, FEMA did respond, and I have to give credit where credit is due. I don't believe we would have gotten that quicker response. Maybe I've made my point, and we actually got the people to get here quicker and got on site, and we got approved a lot faster. But in all fairness, Mr. Coons especially, after we had a little talk, he did keep his word, and I think that we need to recognize he did keep his word. So with that, John.
Good morning, John and Julie, Public Works Director. As you all know already, Hurricane Matthew came through, and the federal government declared us on October 8th, 4283, it's disaster declaration. We are authorized for public assistance categories A and B. Category A does deal with your debris removal support services activity. Now, with, and I think there's been a lot of mention here about a lot of regulations. Yes, there are regulations associated with FEMA. They have to be followed carefully in order to maximize our reimbursement. But for debris removal specifically, The determinant for eligibility is governed by those FEMA regulations. Eligible debris work, removal work under the Public Assistance Program has to follow certain criteria. You know, first, number one, it has to be debris generated by the actual storm. It's not, deciding to clean out the patio in the backyard and I'm throwing out barbecue grills and patio furniture. This is actually debris that's generated by the event. So that's another item. Many of you drive the streets, you see what's popping out on the curbs. Those items, in often cases, may be left on the curb because they may not be determined to be eligible. Obviously, debris has to be located within the designated area. You know, the East Coast, the Volusia County's been declared a disaster, so the debris within Volusia County. And most importantly, it's got to be the legal responsibility of the applicant for removal. In other words, we have to own, I think George mentioned the public right-of-way. We have a lot of county-maintained roads. We have county parks. We have county facilities. Where we have a legal responsibility to remove that debris, that's critical to determine eligibility. Unfortunately, I think many of the council members have been receiving calls and emails. I know I've fielded a number of them myself. Private property, HOAs, commercial units. Right now, those are generally ineligible debris. If those folks bring it to a private road, at the present time, county debris contractors will not be visiting that site. And we'll get into that a little bit later in the discussion. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I really want to have at the end, I have some points I want to make. I really want to talk about that separately, about where we're going, and I have some suggestions. But you know, one of the issues that FEMA has, and, you know, I have to admit, you know, my responsibility is watch what we spend. And when I talk to the FEMA individuals, they're saying that, you know, some of the stuff on commercial and some of this other stuff, even some of the private stuff, especially where people have HOAs, their obligation is to say, do you have insurance that covers this? Because in a lot of cases, people do. And they're saying that the federal government, they're in the taxpayer should not be paying for when people bought insurance that should cover this. So that's one of their issues. The other thing is, we got to make it real clear, and I do think this is working better than back in the old days when I dealt with some emergencies and we'd have big damage from storms and things. And I think people are better at this. You have to keep the debris separate from the regular garbage program. I saw in the old days where people tried picking this stuff up in the garbage, and you know what you ended up doing? Creating a garbage crisis. Then you had a health crisis. I mean, serious health crisis. So one of the reasons that people have to understand is that, you know, as people go through with their normal garbage, they get a little bit liberal and they let people, they'll put some stuff in their garbage can made with their garbage. But they can't let it interfere with the garbage collection. And people have to understand that garbage trucks is going to go by and leave that debris. Because if they don't keep the garbage collection correct, then you could actually turn this into a bigger health crisis. And quite frankly, in the old days, they did that because they were so confused about how to pick it up. I knew, like, where we had in Dayton, we had an issue where people started to want this all picked up by the garbage collector, and the garbage collectors can't do it. So we started creating a health crisis. So I do think that these new rules are helpful.
Yeah, and to expand a little bit on Mr. Dineen's comment about separating the debris. Again, community information has done a wonderful job to try to get the message out there. I don't know how many times we've been telling folks to keep your C&D debris separated from your vegetative debris. Your household garbage is definitely separated. The issue of black bags is a big thing. A lot of people are collecting their loose leaves and they're putting them in the black bags and they're putting them on the side of the road. FEMA will not pick up, will not allow black bags to be mixed in with that debris garbage. It's just a matter of they don't know what's in that bag. If you see a clear bag, I've noticed a couple of residents that the houses that I drive by are using clear plastic bags. As long as it's clear, they can see its leaves, its vegetative debris, it's permissible and they'll pick it up. But those black bags, they don't know if it's got household garbage in it, if it's got paints, it's got household hazardous waste, what's in those bags. I understand the reason, you know, you don't want loose leaves laying around and blowing up and down the street and perhaps, you know, getting right back in the yard that you've just raked. But unfortunately, those bags are creating a little bit of a stir. But please remember, our service provider, Republic, will pick up those black bags up to 2 cubic yards. I don't know if that's 4 or 8 bags at a pickup, but those bags will be eventually picked up. You know, I've had a couple of conversations with folks about that. It's, you know, getting the word out and having folks understand, you know, some of those nuances in debris eligibility. Really, the county's debris operation really began shortly after the storm ended, our county road and bridge cut and toss operations began. Now, I might add that our Holly Hill facility and our New Smyrna Beach facility was vacated during the storm. You know, those areas. Number one, those facilities aren't built up to weather some of these high wind events as well as they were in the storm surge. So our folks shuttered those facilities and moved west. We had a crew that was actually spent the night out at Fire Services there on Indian Lake Road, and we had another crew that was even further west at our DeLand Barn area. Those folks rode the storm out there, and then bright and early we had 2 crews that dispatched on the west side, as well as 3 crews dispatched on the east side. The focus of those crews, along with our partnership with our power companies, was to drive the county roads, your major arterial roads, those roads that access emergency facilities, hospitals, major thoroughfares that connect cities, connect them to debris sites, connect them to other emergency services. So
John, I should mention, because they deserve credit here, first of all, everything he's doing here was coordinated with the cities where it's appropriate. And while it took 48 hours to get 90-some% of the power back up, in 24 hours, all the roads, except maybe some individual small private roads, all the major roads were open, and the transportation system and the transit system was up in 24 hours after the storm. Now, I'm going to give cities credit because everything John's doing, they were great in cooperating with us on and doing their part wherever they could help.
That's correct. It truly is a unified effort. You know, the cities have a responsibility for the city roads, the county's looking at the county roads, and those major roads connect the cities and connect their need to get to some major facilities like the landfill, as an example. So that first push that Road and Bridge does, you know, is critical. It's critical for our damage assessment crews to get out there and start evaluating the damages, as well as to assess the debris operations themselves. Concurrently with the Road and Bridge being dispatched, we've called we have pre-existing disaster contracts for monitoring as well as debris removal. Reactivated 2 of our contractors for those operations. We started those initial mobilization efforts. We have Tetra Tech and Ashbridge here today, both national companies, as mentioned earlier. Well, I'm going to have each one of those representatives come forward and give you a little perspective of their responsibilities and what this storm means from their history and their knowledge perspective. Temporary debris management sites, a critical component in dealing with debris. Cities have them, county has them. Our 2 sites right now, one's at the Moco Farms landfill and one at the Plymouth landfill. So we have one east side and west side. These are former and one's an active landfill. So, you know, getting permits to operate those, you have to do soil testing. You have, you know, in this case, we're setting up air burners. So there's a permitting process that you go through to have these facilities set up just to manage these debris. That's debris operation. As you can see in this picture, you can see a tower, the scissor list. You know, that's a part of the FEMA eligibility process. We have Tetra Tech staff in there reviewing those debris trucks as they roll in. They make a call on how much debris is in those trucks. Jonathan Brugile will explain a little bit more of his process and what they do to make sure we maximize our eligibility.
In fact, I'll give you a little tidbit of information that will blow people away. This is now so sophisticated that they actually do a GPS on every pile of debris they pick up. They actually know the location of every pile. That's how you get paid. But that just shows you the technology has changed so much that it is remarkable that you would be able to do that.
In 2004, there was a lot of stubby pencils out there writing on tickets, and those, you know, multi-part papers, and those were being separated and given to different locations. Now we're all, and again, Tetra Tech will explain some of the technology advances that make this a heck of a lot easier, even from a reconciliation standpoint, when you're trying to reconcile debris tickets to county roads or city road to determine eligibility. These are much tighter operations right now to ensure and maximize our eligibility. Again, as we stress the partnerships that we have with our cities, our debris sites in the Tomoka landfill as well as out at Plymouth are being shared with cities. Port Orange and South Daytona are are bringing their debris to our Tomoka Farms Road and landfill site. They're being kept in separate piles. That's a must to ensure eligibility not only from the county but as well as the city's perspective. So those piles are being separated and accounted for at that tower. Their city representatives are up there as well so that they can control their debris and have their information and the data they need to support reimbursement. Lake Helen is utilizing our Plymouth site. And as Ralph Dahlgren will step forward and he'll talk about some additional sites. You know, our sites are convenient from one perspective, but the county is a big county. I think it was characterized as the size of Rhode Island. We've got debris from Pearson down to, you know, the southern parts of Oak Hill, all over the county. And minimizing those haul times makes our operation, makes that debris removal operation a little more efficient. And our Ashbrook rep will explain a little bit of that aspect in itself. Just a continuation. We did coordinate. Our initial pass began October 13th. I believe that was a Thursday. It was well coordinated with the cities. These were all done in joint conference calls with the cities. We tried to time our debris push along with some of their debris push. We wanted to work the major arterials within the cities that connects them to key facilities as well. So we began in coordination with the cities as we started to clear debris from our major arterials within each of the cities. The countywide debris pass began Thursday. Again, as you can see the map on the screen there, we've divvied it up into 7 different zones. And we have representation of our debris removal contractors in each of those zones. We are concentrating on those areas hardest hit, more debris on the road. Certainly there is a large amount of debris out there. The estimates right now are about 550,000 cubic yards of vegetative debris and 80,000 cubic yards of C&D. Now, what does that mean from a cost perspective? Because you really have to put this into perspective. As you know, what does that mean in terms of debris removal? That's about a $10.4 million operation to remove debris from these just county roads. We're not talking city roads. $10.4 million, that's a huge cost. If it wasn't for FEMA eligibility, and that's our entire drive is eligibility here, FEMA will come in and pay 75% of that bill. That's $7.8 million. Our share will be split with the remaining 25% is split between the state and the county. So we'll pick up 12.5%, and the state will pick up 12.5%. So if all said and done, and we can ensure debris eligibility, we're talking a $1.3 million responsibility that the county will have to cover the cost. That's significant. The passes, our first pass.
John?
Yes, sir.
Just to put something in perspective, the great majority of the stuff he's talking about is in the areas covered by the MSD. It's where you fund them. Our total reserves in the MSD is $2.5 million. Emergency reserve. So I mean, these are big numbers for that part of our operation.
Our pass, we anticipate the first pass will take 27 days. Of course, we're 7 days into that already. Second pass, anticipate hopefully there'll be less debris, but you know, I had a meeting talking with Mr. Patterson prior to the meeting. I think he said he has a few more trees in his backyard and he needs to get out there. So, and that's historically what happens. You know, FEMA will allow 2 passes. You know, we anticipate hopefully we'll get a third pass to kind of clean up the little hot spots. But giving residents the opportunity to, you don't want to rush this too fast. If you come out there too fast and you make your passes, you blow it quickly, you come out there with your second pass, and guess what might happen? There could be debris out there, and then you'll be getting phone calls.
Yeah, I was just going to add that this is now a 7-day-a-week operation. So, you know, these are 27 consecutive days. So you're talking about a month on that first pass, which would be in keeping with what we've had before. We'll talk a little bit more about adding resources, but remember this storm again has hit the entire eastern seaboard. So it's one of the reasons why we have contracts in place ahead of time to have those resources. FEMA requires it. These resources are getting more and more under pressure. We can discuss a little bit about that, but you know, our contractor's here and he's committed to his contract and working with us. But these things are really, you're talking about taking just about every major tree hauler and person eligible to do this type of work from the eastern United States. So it's a major operation, and we're going to be diligent in getting it done quickly, but I do still have to stress patience, and there's a value to that patience because we have people that we were just mentioning the other day. A lot of people have to do this themselves, and they have only the weekends to do it. So most of them will have plenty of 2 or 3 weekends, but this is a 7-day operation, so the 27 days really equates to just under a month.
Okay, as I mentioned about the importance of eligibility and having a monitoring agency like Tetra Tech on board. Now I'm going to introduce Jonathan Burgal, and he can explain a little bit about his operations and his company and give a little perspective to this event.
Thank you, John. I'm Jonathan Burgal with Tetra Tech. I actually am headquartered here in Maitland, Florida. We're a national consulting engineering firm, largest firm in the country doing this type of disaster grant management and reimbursement consulting to clients across the country. I was actually working with your staff the days leading up to the disaster. There was a number of activities that were occurring. I do want to point out that we've been working with the county for about 10 years now, going back to the tornadoes of 2007. So we have past working experience with you. And there have been a number of changes in terms of the activities that you do relative to reimbursement from FEMA. In the past, you've already heard from John about the paper tickets. You'll see on the screen here, we've gone to a technology now which is based on a handheld smartphone. We use a Bluetooth printer, like you go to Hertz or National Rent-A-Car. They print out a ticket, and you can see actually an example of that in the screen there. We end up certifying the trucks, measuring the bed of the trucks, determining how large the volume of the truck is. The truck comes across the scale when it's full. The scale by the scissor lift. We make a load call. We determine how much debris is in the truck. It's 80% full. It's a 50-yard bed. We say it's a 40-yard load multiplied by the rate in your contract with Ashbridge. And then we make a payment recommendation to the county to make payment to them, and then we do the paperwork, insisting you getting reimbursed from FEMA.
But that, just so everyone understands, that is different than the nature of what most people would think of on how you'd handle this material. Everybody's used to garbage trucks, which is by weight.
That's right.
They pay us by volume. And so it creates a different system. So in other words, they actually have to eyeball every load.
Twice.
Every truck, twice, George?
Yeah, because they're doing it in the field, and then they're verified with that ticket, and then they come back across as it enters into our facility, because we don't want to have someone stop along the way and maybe add to it or something of that nature. So.
As Donna pointed out from her perspective, the way they do the GPS now, talk about change, she said that eliminated over 100,000 individual written tickets. You can imagine how disparate the writing on those would be, the address being wrong, and it had to be handled by our staff one at a time. Yeah. So now you have a whole different system.
And so the days of FEMA coming in and going to a room of paper for months and reviewing it, we go out with these handhelds. Every time they stop the truck, we take a data point, boom, gets on a screen, goes into a database. When FEMA shows up, we give them a CD. All the data's there, much more efficient, helps you get paid a lot quicker. I was out actually the weekend right after the storm, going out with some of the public works crews, doing an assessment of your community in terms of the amount of debris generated. As John has already mentioned, you have about 550,000 yards of estimated vegetative debris across the community, and we're estimating right now about 80,000 yards of construction and demolition debris. I've already mentioned, John already mentioned the first pass and second pass. Just to give you a little bit of perspective, I spend quite a bit of time on the road doing this type of work in South Carolina after the flooding there. I've been out in Louisiana recently with the recent flooding there. And then obviously with Hurricane Matthew hitting 4 states right now in the geographic area covered. This is by far the biggest disaster to geographically impact the United States since Katrina. People talk about Sandy. Sandy wasn't nearly as large an event in terms of geographical area and the amount of debris generated. This is, when you put on top of the fact that 30, 45 days ago you had over 100,000 homes flooded in Louisiana, and understand there's a number of trucks out there picking up debris, and then having 4 states covering almost 1,000 miles of territory, there's a significant drain of resources spread out across 5 or 6 different states right now. Nothing that I've seen in the last 10 years, or actually it's about 12 years since we had Katrina. So I just want to make you aware that resources are very much spread out across a very large geography. And I will say, and Commissioner, Councilman Dennis mentioned earlier that the coordination of the 15, 16 entities, public entities within the county. Again, I work with a number of large communities and cities and counties, and I will tell you the coordination that's occurred here has been really commendable. I think you've done a great job, your county management, your county staff. Again, I can take this from a perspective of, I travel quite a bit across all of these disasters, and I do want to commend the work that you've done here. So.
Now, I just want to bring this picture up before I ask Ralph to step forward to talk about Ashbrook. But you can see now, this is a picture in the DeLand area. I'm not sure the exact road, but I know it's in the DeLand area. And you can see that we've got some large vehicles out there. These are self-loading type vehicles. But just look on the side of the road, look behind these trucks, look at the power lines. As George was mentioned about mail boxes being an issue. Well, these guys, this isn't a fast process. This isn't something that just takes a broom and we can sweep it up, put it in a dustpan, and put it in the garbage can. This is a time-consuming process. The debris is large. It oftentimes will have to be cut up. Chainsaws will be out there cutting that up. These guys will pick it up and they'll haul it away. But they're operating on a 2-lane road, so they've got traffic coming and going. They've got to worry about school buses and things like that. Well, when this storm started and we did our initial push, we had Biketoberfest start. So we were majorly concerned about the number of visitors coming to town in these heavy vehicles, the mix of that population. Some of the roads that we wanted to clear first were around popular spots, Cabbage Patch, US 1, the Loop, tremendous impact around the Loop and John Anderson. Took hours to days to try to get those roads clean to a point to make them safe. I've heard Ralph say as soon as we've cleaned it, you go back the next day and it looks like nothing happened from the standpoint that the debris just piled right back out there. So, we were concerned about that, so we concentrated our efforts to make it safe for our visitors.
The other thing is, people have to recognize that they use, some of these are 100-yard trucks. They can fill that truck up in a half a block. So, and then they have to drive and take it. I mean, this is not going to happen real quick. But here's the thing. Unlike the old days, you make sure garbage is not part of this. That's why you make sure that you keep them separate. Then what you have is you have something, we try to make sure we do it first in areas where it's a safety issue, where the right-of-way is really narrow and you're encroaching on the road. And so you try to do that. You're trying to get it where there's a major sidewalk that people have to use, they can't use. But as you get past that, what you have is it's a nuisance, it's an eyesore, but it's not a public health hazard, it's not a safety issue in some ways. And so what we have to do is we have to methodically collect it. The other thing is, if you didn't have the contracts, and this is true with the cities too, by the way, that did a great job having contracts, they were very well organized. If you didn't have these contracts now, and these companies to stay by these contracts, try to hire somebody right now. And here's the other thing that's happening. People are starting to try to raid our current contractors. We had backup contractors, as George will tell you, that are no longer interested because now they can get a lot more money going different places. And the people that you contracted with, you contracted at very good rates. Rates change when there's demand. But we expect our contractors to live to the contract that they signed with us. So, and I also have to do a shout out for the cities that were very smart to do this ahead of time, get good contractors, get solid prices in line, and they deserve credit because you'd have a hard time getting people to clean this up, and it would cost a whole lot more. Especially because of the way this nature of this storm hit so many states. But anyway, I think John's telling you, this is not a small deal, and it's going to take some time. But in most cases, what people are going to be stuck with is something that doesn't have good appearance, is a nuisance, and is more of a eye pollution than anything else. It's not attractive. But in most cases, we're trying to keep it so it's not a safety issue or not a health hazard.
Mr. Deeney is 100% correct from this standpoint. This debris could be, depending upon where it's stacked, it's going to turn someone's yard yellow as that pile sits there a few days. So, it is a minor inconvenience to have a company like, or the contractors that the county has to come in and move those big piles of debris off those and clear that. Public safety, not only safety for these operators, but as well as the public, is paramount in this operation. Let me introduce Ralph Dahlgren from Ashbridge, and he can explain a little bit about his vehicles and his operation.
Good morning, Chairman Davis, members of the council. Ralph Dahlgren, Senior Vice President with Ashbridge. We are a national disaster recovery contractor based in the state of Florida. Want to kind of reiterate some of the statements that were made earlier by John. We've got equipment dispersed at all 7 zones. We've had some very good success in definitely many areas, some hard-hit areas. We're using
one sec. Just so everyone understands, we made sure that this contractor is unilaterally across the county so that no one says that we are picking up one area over another. Now, some areas got hit harder than others. But we made sure the resources are, as best we can, uniformly applied across the county so everyone's getting served all at once.
We're using the Tomoka landfill as one of our DMSs in Plymouth. Those are very nicely geographically dispersed, but those are long haul distances for some areas, such as I heard Oak Hill was mentioned earlier. In the next couple of days, we will open a debris management site in Oak Hill. We're also looking at an additional debris management site in the Ormond Beach area that will actually increase the efficiency and the productivity of the vehicles that we have out in the field. I think we've heard a lot of language about the disasters, the unprecedented disasters that are out in this country. I also want to add in the California fires, the wildfires that occurred this last year also had an impact on the equipment. Louisiana floods, and of course what happened here from, I like to say, from Fort Pierce, Florida, all the way up to Fayetteville, North Carolina. I think that was it for Ashburn. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to add a little bit here that, again, this company is a national firm. And the difference that we did make, many of you may remember the plywood warriors of 2004. FEMA does not like that, and it's not efficient, it's not safe. They do a lot of damage, a lot of people were hurt. These are specialists. You can see by their equipment, it's very specialized for this, and it is very efficient. And as those other debris management sites come up, FEMA looks for what they call a 10-to-1 reduction. They do not want to see all those giant logs and everything going into a landfill, wasting landfill space and paying for it in that manner. They want it reduced. It's either usually mulched or burned. We have air curtains, so it'll be reduced down to ash in those areas, and it's a very efficient way of doing business. And again, thank you to our contractor as a partner. It is a partnership that we have going here, and we'll be working together to slug our way through it. John has a few more little things to clean up here.
Now, the numbers you see on the first top of this page were actually numbers from yesterday. We got an update, so you might see a discrepancy in some of the charts that were depicted earlier in this presentation. I just didn't get a chance to update this number. But just kind of give you an idea of the debris that was collected through Wednesday. Normally, at the landfill, we see about 2,100 cubic yards of vegetative debris come across the landfill a day. What was done in basically a week's worth of time, we picked up a month worth of vegetative debris. So, and this number is going to continue to grow as the operation matures and gets a little more efficient in its haul locations or debris sites. So you can tell this is a huge amount of debris on the street that's being picked up by these folks, and they're picking it up quickly and safely. Other debris that we certainly have encountered because of this storm as it hugged the coastline. Beach certainly got hit. We had a lot of walkways, a lot of private walkways, so we had a lot of wood planks. Even a portion of the Sunglow Pier managed to make it all the way down into the Ponce Inlet area. So it was a storm that kicked debris everywhere, some vegetative as well. Our canals, as George mentioned, mosquito control canals, stormwater canals, a lot of trees in and across those canals, and we've made application to the NRCS. That's an agency that we have to file for first. They have to tell us the fact they're going to be in the area today, I believe, to do an inspection of our canals to determine whether they have any funding that they might be able to contribute. If not, then it becomes a FEMA eligible. Again, we're looking for following the FEMA guidelines. FEMA is the payer of last resort, so we're going to explore all these other opportunities to see what's out there. And if they don't come to the table, then we'll be documenting our resources and our efforts and hopefully getting reimbursed through FEMA. This is a debris removal operation as well. Private roads, that was a topic that certainly you're getting calls, I'm getting calls. It's an issue that needs to be addressed. I think the county has taken extraordinary measures to seek a waiver through FEMA, through the state to FEMA, in order for us to be able to go on those private roads and pick that debris up. At the present time, from the county's perspective, we got like 438 miles of private roads. They're spread about 146 on the east side, 292 on the west side. We're estimating about 100,000 cubic yards of debris on those private roads. What that means, based on our current contract levels, we're talking about a $2 million pass, if you will, to pick up that debris. Again, if we can determine eligibility, that's $2 million that would come out of the county coffers if we can't get eligibility on that, if it's decided to pick up those
Yeah, let me
roads.
also dive in on this too, is that some of those roads will not get picked up. Some of them are essentially driveways and things that we'll have to slug that out with the people. Where we have a chance, and we do have a waiver request in to FEMA through our state emergency management folks. Mr. Coons has the letter was sent out just in the days actually after the storm. So now they've had it a while. The hope here is that, but it could be the curse. I don't know. But the hope here is that enough pressure will be brought to bear by communities all up and down the East Coast that they'll make some sort of a waiver for these properties. There is a process in place. It involves health and safety, as we talked about. And of course, as Mr. Deneen already mentioned, a lot of this is really not health and safety. It's inconvenience. So there'll be a struggle. I don't want to make anyone, and our folks here from Tetra Tech and Ashbrook who fight this battle all over the country would tell you it's a very involved process, and sometimes you get some and sometimes you don't get anything. So the other thing, remember, it is a partnership with the state. So the state has 12.5% stake in this. And while in our county, we make that decision, but the state of Florida has to also make that decision too, and they're on the hook for 12.5% of this, possibly from Fort Pierce to Fernandina Beach. So remember, that part of it also. And so we have other tactics where we have, I think the biggest need could be in some of the communities like trailer parks and things where there is usually some sort of an underlying landowner, but often they're unsophisticated, underinsured. We may be able to use some of these the forces that Jim mentioned that are in from the COAD. We actually have the AmeriCorps, some of these folks that are in now, they are allowed to bring some of that out and put it into the nearest public right-of-way, and then FEMA will take that. So we're going to take a little bit of that. But for those who've chosen to live on a private road in the middle of the woods somewhere, that's going to be a much more difficult hill to climb with FEMA. When they do come in, and if we do get a waiver, even with that waiver, they're going to ask, where's your insurance? Because they're still the payer of last resort. So we may get something if they're underinsured, but that'll be it'll be some sort of a negotiation, I'm sure. I just don't want anyone to have a false sense that just because there's a waiver request out there, it's an elaborate process. Now, because we are taking some time, 20-some days, it gives us a little bit of time because you wouldn't want to do this now anyway. If you're going to do it, they're only going to allow us one pass, And so we would probably want to do it at the end of the first pass or the beginning, second pass. You would not, this would be one of the last things we would want to take care of. So we got a little bit of time to make this case, and certainly our folks will help us make that case.
Let me add to that as my recommendation, because that's probably what the council's looking for, is, first of all, we have done everything in cooperation with the cities. Let me explain where everybody's at, so let's talk about, because I'd like to have this conversation with the cities. First of all, here's Daytona Beach. They only have one area where they have private streets, and that's in Pelican Bay, and they said they're going to collect it. They're just going to do it. Daytona Beach Shore said no, they're not going to do it. DeBerry hasn't gotten back to us yet. The land said no. This is at this point. They're not going to collect it at this point, okay, without the waiver. Deltona, no, we haven't got an answer back from them. Edgewater, no. Holly Hill, no answer. Lake Helen, no. New Smyrna Beach, no. Oak Hill, no. Orange City, no. Ormond Beach said yes, they would. Pearson said yes, only if it's in the right of way. Ponce Inlet, no. Port Orange, yes. They actually, I think they're one of the few that formally said yes. And South Daytona, no. I would like to have a conversation with them to see, we've been doing everything together. I'd like to know where they're all at. I do think, George and I have talked, and John and Ashbrit, if you get a shot, it's going to be once. So you would want them to be the last ones you collect on the first phase. And like George said, it'll take 20 days to probably get through and clear. So you wouldn't want to do this and then have them, us go in there and then somebody else puts more stuff out. Then you really have a problem. Now, can we do it? I think we have the authority. Flagler showed us an ordinance, but Dan and I talked, it's really just an ordinance to let them do it. I think we can go and do it anyway. But the fact of the matter is do you have the rights to go do it? Yeah. Does the council want to do it? That's the choice you have to make. Now, we looked at, if you go do it, we would still argue for the waiver. Now, they may discount it if they said you shouldn't have done it till you known, or they might say, do they have insurance? The ones they're really looking for is maybe a trailer park where somebody that owns the land has insurance to do that, or they're looking at a more sophisticated HOA that collects dues, and they might have insurance to cover it. Here's the point, though. If we don't, then the logical question to the council would be, especially if the cities decide they're going to do it, they would do it out of their general fund. In this case, most of this is all in the MSD. This is where your emergency reserve, you could argue that's what it's for. It's an emergency, and that's what you set the money aside. We have enough. We have $2.5 million in the reserve, 2.5, and we're looking at this could be somewhere up to $2 million. Might be less. So you could make that decision. I don't think you're under the gun to make that decision right now, because one, if you do it, you wouldn't want to do it till the last part of the phase one, first one pass. And two, I would like a better understanding what the cities are going to do. And I think some of the ones that are saying no are under the same dilemma you are. They're trying to find out. Here's the point. You're not trying to deny service. You're trying not to put this burden on the property taxpayer. Because the only way to put that emergency fund back in the MSD, which is a struggling fund, is to raise the tax. So you're saying, look, you're eligible in a lot of cases to get federal money to pay for this. So we don't want to try and take that money out of that fund so that it has to be paid back by property taxpayers. I mean, you're trying to protect the property taxpayers. So my advice is, because I know you're getting called, John's getting called, I'm getting called, and I understand some of the frustration, but on the other side of the coin, it really has more to do with it's an eyesore. It's not a health hazard at this point in most cases, and it's not a safety factor in most cases. The only one that really stands out that I don't think we can help, because I've gotten a couple of requests like this. What they mean on the private road is they mean the private road to their house. That is a driveway. That is completely different. What we're talking about is where there's a private road that has houses on it. Now, I will tell you that we have made a decision internally that we have roads that we do not maintain, that we only touch if there's an emergency. We believe that we are going to go do them because we consider this an emergency, just like if it was an ambulance that had to get down a road. And we are going to say that that is officially part of our system, and we think that we can make that case to FEMA. That's worth making the argument over. But my recommendation would be to work with the cities, see what they're going to do, keep fighting for the waiver, and I really would like, if we want to do something in terms on the political side, I really would like to push all of our federal legislative people to help us get FEMA to give this at least a one pass in the on the private roads. But I do think we have a little bit of time because you would want to do them last on the first pass. Does that help? I really thought this out. I understand how frustrated, but you know, you're trying to save them taxpayer money. You know, I mean, you really, really are.
Is that the end of a staff report?
Yes.
Okay, because I do have a citizen that would like to voice her opinion. Any further staff report on it? No, we're good? That's it? Okay. Then we will go to the citizen, Miss Debbie McNerney. Hi, Debbie. I see that you want to talk about the subject matter we were just talking about. And
yes,
it's pretty
actually,
cool.
most of my questions have now been answered.
Okay.
I am a citizen.
Hold
yes.
on for the moment. I need your name and your address for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Debbie
right.
McNerney,
Mhm.
1460 Tolson Road, DeLand, Florida. It's a private road.
You are correct, it is.
Yes,
Okay.
there's 7 houses on a road.
So-
It's a 911 sign at the end.
Mhm. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, and I will be very brief because most of my questions have been answered, but the only thing as a private citizen, I pay the same taxes and fees to the county as anyone that lives on the public right-of-way, and I am asking that the county do go after this and remove my debris as you are removing other people's debris a block away from me. Another thing, we talk about social media, we talk about communication, we have an abundance of that right now. I was in the tech field for a long time. There is not a lot about this. As a matter of fact, I didn't find out about this. I called the Volusia County hotline on Monday after Matthew, received a very nice lady, and she said, good news, we just got the FEMA okay to start doing debris. We're gonna get your debris out, put it on the right of way. I said, I live on a private road. How are you gonna know where my debris is? And she says, we don't have the details worked out. This was the Monday after Matthew. I called again 2 days ago because I kept looking at well, actually, I went to your Facebook page finally because I couldn't see any mention of private roads on your website. So I went to your Facebook page knowing you're receiving an abundance of phone calls and asked a question there. I finally got a reply 2 days ago saying we are not going to pick up debris on private roads, period. I called up the same Volusia County number again. The lady said, what? And I said, that's what I just heard on Facebook. She said, oh, Facebook. I said, no, it's Volusia County Facebook page. And so she put me on hold for 5 minutes, conferring with people. She said, I do not know. We don't have a stance on this. We don't understand this. Call up DeLand hotline debris. Well, we're in unincorporated. And she says, I know you're in unincorporated. Call them up anyway. I called DeLand hotline. They did not know. They say they will have the project manager call me back at the end of the day. I got no phone call back. Then Volusia County called me back later on that day, said, what did you find out? And from me, the citizen, I said, all I know is I don't think they're going to pick it up. And she says, well, that's ridiculous. And I said, I know. I'm going to go to John Micah. I just can't believe this. And so anyway, she gave me another number for Volusia County debris hotline. I called them up, and they said, well, what did the Facebook page verbiage say? And I read it to her, and she says, well, then that must be official. So that is a very poor communication when we have an abundance of communication. I urge you today, this minute, whoever's in charge of social media, in charge of your website design, put that out there on the website. If the news journal's here, please put that in the paper. If you go down Mercer's Fernery Road right now, if you go down Grand Avenue, these private road people do not know this information. There is debris piled 7 feet, 8 feet high. My personal one is at my house right now, because I misunderstood, is 30 feet wide, 7 feet, or 30 feet long, 7 feet wide, and 7 feet high. It cannot be moved at this point. So that's where I'm at, and I'm urging you to please put out the information on this, keep us updated, and in the future, this is a hole that needs to be filled. It's not an insignificant issue.
I'll wait till you're done.
I'm done.
If I can, I have to add, you cannot make a decision till today. Now, let's remember, this storm just happened. This is a,
Ma'am, ma'am.
Yes,
Oh,
I'm
you-
sorry.
You can go to have a seat now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Okay. First
We're-
time we've
we're-
ever
we're-
done this before.
Well,
so-
welcome aboard.
Okay.
That's okay. I do want my staff to talk to you about who you talked to. But they would not have had an answer. I'm not saying that person, people are human beings, and people can make mistakes on how they answer. The staff would not have had an answer because only this council and any council in emergency can make a decision. And you could not make a decision until today. That's why that's why I made a recommendation to you today to give me some direction so I can give citizens. But let me make this clear. You would have to make that decision as any council has to. This ain't a policy that stands. It's one you deal with emergencies. Number two, we do not tax for this. I want to make that clear. You do not tax for this. That's the point of using FEMA. In other words, you're asking to be paid back for this by the federal and state government because you don't tax for it. So if you make a choice, and I'm not saying you shouldn't do this, but if you make a choice to use our reserves to pick up in those areas, you're using money you taxed, but that tends to be taxed for other purposes. You don't tax for picking up in the right-of-way on storm damage. So those people that are getting picked up, the reason they're getting picked up is because you're already been approved by FEMA, okay, to pay for that. So today, in all fairness to our communication staff, I'm recommending that we craft a statement to give us some time to figure out how you want to answer this. And I'm saying that we need to figure out what we're going to do. And I was trying to give you, there's a time frame. We need to work with the cities. And we're still in that window. This just happened. So we can, if the council says that they want to spend this money in the end to do it, you still wouldn't get picked up till, I would never recommend you do it until the last part of the first pass. So you wouldn't be any further, you wouldn't lose any time. But the council has to decide, talk it over today about where you want us to go. But this will always happen anytime you have this emergency because if you want to spend this money, you have to make a conscious decision to spend money for this purpose. And I need guidance on that. And the only authority I have is on picking it up on the ones that already FEMA has approved. And I apologize to that citizen if she got wrong information from one of our people. People are human beings. That person should not have, they should have asked for guidance from a supervisor, but people make mistakes when they don't. But it wasn't because that there's a policy that they didn't know about. I'm asking for that guidance today. There's no other way I could have done this.
Two questions before we go on further discussion with this. How long did it take to put into the emergency fund that $2 million? That's a question.
Oh, that's over a period of years.
Okay, and number two, what would be the projected return from FEMA if we did use that $2 million? How long before we get our payback on it?
If they approve the waiver, we no longer, here's the difference. It took you years to get paid before. We do not believe that'll happen at all this time if we follow the rules and we do all the stuff by GPS. And if they confirm that they would give us the pass on the private roads, and like I said, in her case, there's 7 houses, so it's a road. Some of them are driveways; they're not even roads. But if then they would have to GPS those piles, and I'm really believing that within a year, we would get our money back. Okay, but I understand. I really do understand the frustration people have, and we are really pushing hard because we do believe that FEMA should cover that. If you argue that you pay a tax for it, I would argue it's the federal tax because that's what people are going to use it's your federal tax. It's what people are using for the right of way. We're arguing that be applied to the private roads. Like I said, the only ones we worry about, George and I talked about, is they may make a case in a big HOA that you have insurance for it, and it should be paid out of insurance. But we'll fight that battle when it comes. But that's where I think we are. I think the cities are just as concerned and are struggling with this too. But I do think we have some time until the first pass is over. So I could use some guidance from the council.
Ms. Denny's? Your light's on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish I could tell you that this citizen stands is very unique in the response that she's received. I can tell you from the phone calls, the emails that I have received from my constituents, that's a pretty fair reflection of what has been happening with response from our staff at different levels and on social media. And it is creating insecurity where there shouldn't be any, because we know at this level, I'm confident, I will tell you, I'm confident as a county council member because obviously I have more information at a different level than the citizens do. But it's creating some issues that shouldn't be there, and I think, Mr. Manager, we have got to get this under control by the end of this meeting on who can respond on social media and what the response from this council is and is not, especially in a disaster, because damage control we can do, and naturally some things we shouldn't have to. That being said, I understand what you're saying about the 9/11 road. I live on one too. I hear you. And the MSD and the reserves, that was my comment that I was going to come in with. I understand the posturing and the last one out and, one turnaround. But for the MSD, what's so interesting about that, the uniqueness about an MSD is it is an MSD. They don't have a city council. They don't have we are the electeds. We are the city council, the county council, the only first line of defense for everybody in an MSD. I'm also confident that the process that staff has implemented in requesting the waiver, I'm confident, cautiously optimistic, that we will succeed in having that waiver granted. I will tell you that social media had a huge impact with some of our federal representatives, and it helps that it's an election year, I suppose, with, hey, what about Volusia, where are you? That message went out strong, and it went out over and over again, and I got some of the responses back that, okay, you've got your FEMA letter, are you happy? My answer was yes, but I'm not done. What about the waiver? So this all plays a part, and this is an area we have not navigated in a disaster like this previously, but anyway, I would support using the reserve. We have reserves for one purpose, and this would be it. If we had, and what else are we going to use it for? I mean, we can make a list. Don't answer that, but an emergency is an emergency. We didn't create it, but we do have a responsibility to our citizens to clean it up. And I know that, Mr. Manager, your staff and everybody that we're working with is 100% committed to doing that in the proper way at this level. We just have to literally clean it up a few chains down below us, and I think that will get handled today. The trails, we're talking about even the debris. I went over to our beautiful trails, oh my gosh, in Edgewater, New Smyrna that we just dedicated. They're impassable. There are trees down, the railings are down. You can almost not even see it. And I got out and parked, started walking, and had to stop because there's so much water and so many mosquitoes and so much damage. You want to talk about Zika virus, and you want to talk about even, I don't know, the grant funding or expanding this to that. Their mosquitoes were unbelievably thick, like I have not seen in those particular areas on the trails. And to, again, my delight, when I took pictures, sent them over to Tim Bailey, and he returned my call. And again, being on top of it, I call it the 3 Bs, between Mr. Bailey, Mr. Britton, and Tracy Barlow, the city manager of Edgewater. They had already worked on it and already had this worked into our FEMA request. In fact, I believe they're having their meeting with the provider tomorrow, I believe, at 11 o'clock over there. But what's so interesting even about this, what's concerning about this and all of our new trails is you can't get a piece of equipment in there without damaging the current asphalt And I mean, we've got ditches on each side. How are you going to go in and even clean some of this stuff up without lowering the pressure of the tires and the equipment? I mean, there's a whole process. This is a very delicate balance,
Yes.
not to damage the very thing we created and have nature come in and
This was the side that the administration explained that is a responsibility you took on with this trail system that is
Exactly.
enormous. Now, I will tell you, trails are not roads, okay? FEMA's not gonna come to your help on a lot of this. So we've already are in the process of putting together our own plan. We're talking about using inmates. We're talking about doing a lot of grinding, and it's gonna take time. Because we can resolve that within budgetary means, trying to keep an eye on this whole still focus of going to zero. But I'm gonna need time, and we're gonna, because it is a trail. So we're gonna try and make sure it's open, but to fix it back, we're gonna take time.
Is there any exception? I know we received all those Sun Trail dollars.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if there's any opportunity within that Sun Trail grant from an exception or for maintenance. I think that would be worthy to explore.
We'll explore. My experience with all that is it's very capital intensive and that they don't do maintenance, but we will check. And because it's an unusual situation, we have to remember everything, even the woman's complaint. This ain't normal business. This was a major hurricane. We're all dealing with it. You know, like I said, human beings aren't perfect. They wouldn't know till today. That's why I made sure I was here to get this policy. My staff wouldn't know. They have handled thousands and thousands of phone calls where they do have direction, which is on the regular right-of-ways, and given people good advice. But I said what I meant was serious. You can decide. You don't tax for this, so you'd be using your reserve for this purpose if you want it. There are implications to that because the other side of the coin is this council and previous councils have really, in my opinion, to a certain degree, artificially tried to keep that rate low. And there's a reason why, because you balance it off with the fire rate, which we've had to deal with. So you've kept that low, so our reserves don't grow that big in there, and it is a long haul to try and grow them. But on the other side of the coin, they're emergency reserves. This kind of falls into the emergency category. So what I would like to do is, because there is no way I would recommend that you would do this without it being at the end of that pass, because while this person may have gotten all the material out, nobody else, so if we're going to do it, let's do it one time, do it right. I would like to coordinate with the cities, because we've done this on every other thing. We've coordinated. Because what I don't want them to do is, I don't want them making a decision without telling us, because there's implications for us. On the other side of the coin, I would like them to know that while we're pushing for the waiver, maybe you set a deadline. If we don't have a certain time by then we want to consider using our money. Well, then I'd like to let them know that so they can think about what policy they might have.
Is it possible under eco dollars?
No.
Can we use eco dollars
know you
for
can't use
maintenance on the trails in a super exception?
Not, that one I'm pretty sure I know the answer. The answer is no. Let me
We
put
do
together,
use it for repair, but this really isn't repair.
let me put together a plan.
Well, actually, there is a lot of repair.
Yeah, well, a lot of.
It's not maintenance, it's repair, Mr. Manager. Can we
There we
use,
go.
can we,
Well, if you redefine it as repair, I'm sure I can find a way.
there you go.
Bottom line is,
Repair the
bottom
trails.
line is, I've already talked to Tim, with George and I've talked, and Donna and I've talked. We're gonna put together a good program. The trails can be handled differently. They really can. A lot of the stuff that, you're talking about, some of the law, we can chip and you can put all that back in the woods. It's all natural. It'll take us a little time. And we gotta watch we don't damage it. I think there's a difference between opening it up and having it perfect, okay? We can get it open, but I gotta do that and watch what we spend, and I think there's a way to do it. And I think using inmates is a good way to do it. It gets them outside, okay? Gets them to really do something that we need done. So we're putting together a plan with that and maybe some other help that won't cost us as much money. But I would like you to, if you want to make this proposal about using it, you may want to tie it to preparing us for that legislatively, whether you want to vote on it today or whatever, for the next meeting. By that time, I'll know. We'll know where we are. We'll know whether we probably got you can decide that's how long you're going to wait to find out about the waiver. You know, that's all logical.
Do you need a motion to bring it back for the next meeting?
That
Or
would
do-
really be helpful to
Okay.
me, then I could start crafting a statement for the public would know what you're waiting for.
Wait a minute, you mean direction or motion?
No, I mean that you would make a decision on
Make a
whether you
direction
want to.
from-
Yeah, give direction.
Yes. That you would consider making a decision at the next meeting to use our emergency reserves to go ahead and do this pass. But in that period of time, we would set up, one, how we would do it, two, working with the cities, three, we would look at trying to push for this waiver.
Okay, I am fully in support of directing the manager and staff
To move forward with,
forward with that, please.
okay, Mr. Daniels, what say you? Mr. Lowry, Mr. Patterson? Good to go?
Yeah, but I do have a comment. I think if direction should include that, from an, use an insurance term, actuarial point of view, we need to look at how much we're gonna, because for something we're not taxing for now, we're gonna have to tax for it, you know. And when, you know, I know the criticism this council gets when we start having reserves out there, and people say, well, you know, why are you taxing for it? So I just want to make sure that, you know, we're very clear that this is for emergency purposes for in the future when we have these type of situations. I don't have a problem with that, but I want clear to people that we're doing this solely for that reason.
Oh, I think that is,
That's a good point.
that's real good point. But see, what I can craft the message, here's the message I'm gonna craft then, is that we are planning on making a pass. This is what you're telling me. In these private roads, and I want to make this clear to people, we mean private roads that have multiple houses, not driveways. But we are planning on doing that, okay? You're planning on, and if not, we plan on doing it through the waiver system. If you do not receive the waiver by the next meeting, what you're gonna do is authorize me to spend our emergency reserves in that fund to fulfill that commitment. But we won't be doing that, starting that to at least the next meeting. Well, that would be the end of probably, for sure, the end of the first pass. So if the message you can tell people then is, yes, we're gonna come to get it. We're gonna try and save your tax dollars. We're gonna go for the waiver, which I do believe those people have a right to, by the way. I think the citizens that pay federal tax have a right to be treated like the people that are on public roads, at least for one pass. And I'm trying to protect their property tax dollars. They shouldn't have to use it out of their emergency property tax dollars. So what you're saying, here's what I'm hearing. Then the message I can tell people is, we're gonna come through on one pass. But we're not gonna authorize it by our funds. We're gonna try and do it by FEMA funds. If we can't do it by FEMA funds by the next meeting, you're gonna authorize me, and then I'll be all geared up for it. And we've already told Ashbritton that. We're gonna use our emergency funds to do it, but they'll get one pass. Now, at that point, it's far enough along that if they should have it out, because they only get one shot. And what I'll do in the interim period is, we'll get with Ashbritton, we'll let them know to start figuring on these roads at the end of getting prepared for the next meeting. Maybe earlier if we get the waiver, but we'll for sure do it. So that gives these people what they need, and my staff can tell them, is an answer, which is that you're gonna come and get it one time. Now, what I wanna do is I wanna talk to the cities about why we did that and when we're gonna do it, because they're gonna have to look at that themselves. Now, their impact is not as big as ours, because they don't have as many private roads. For us, it's a bigger deal, a lot bigger deal. So I think that gives you the answer to the public you want. I think it gives me some direction. I can tell Ashbritton to be prepared. And, you know, I think that's a logical way to do it. But there's no way you could have done that until today. You have to give me authorization to do that.
And I guess that, to piggyback on that, Mr. Deneen, if you could put that message out everywhere in the form of a press release in our social media and just the generic blanket comment alone,
I will.
I think we'll settle
I would
a lot.
appreciate if you make that
will.
motion to give me that direction, so I have it formally by the council, then I'll put it out.
Okay, so you want it in the form of a motion? We just gave you direction, except for Mr. Wagner. What say you? Are you in agreement with this? Don't look at me in that tone of voice. He's got this look like, I'm gonna mess with you.
Short answer, yes.
Okay, thank you. Just
All
wanna
right,
make
well-
sure, so you have a,
Answer, but you don't want it.
We're gonna put it out.
okay.
Well, and I'll be able to clarify. I'm embarrassed that somebody told her something that they shouldn't have, but people make mistakes. And they were confused because they didn't have direction on this. But they've been pretty good at answering, well, they know on the right of way what they're supposed to do. Now I'll be able to give them a good message. Joanne, we'll have to make sure that gets out.
And we got two media forms right here, over here 13, and we got the journal over on this side, so I hope you guys caught that.
We'll explain to the cities
And we'll get
what
more
we're
to you.
doing as our partners, because, and see how they feel, see what they're gonna do.
And that is satisfactory for you and your neighbors, ma'am? What a beautiful thing. Okay. Byron, I was gonna say something. Mr. Patterson, do you have anything else to say? Because your light's on. Your light is off. He's not saying anything. Okay, unless there's further discussion on item 6, initial update for the Hurricane Matthew, we're gonna move on to item 6A, which is a resolution for adopting comprehensive emergency management plan. It says here Mr. Sanders is running around here somewhere. Mr.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, we're gonna give it to Jim again?
yeah, I'm gonna have Mr. Judge handle this. This kind of timely. This is working its way through the process. It's an
Hold on one second, George. Got a lot of noise, people moving out. If you could take your conversations outside, please. Okay, I'm so sorry. For
Yeah,
saying
I'm going to have Jim Judge speak to this, but this plan is a requirement, and we talked about how we were ready, we've been ready. These plans have been in place. It's similar to, you can kind of tie it in and roll it into the dynamic master plan. This is one of those things that's always been in place, it's required, and it has to be updated every 4 years. And the update itself is a process. It takes about 8 months of work. Teams come in and inspect us. We lend teams, or certified people to go on out and inspect them. But it's a process that goes on to update, and it's a living document because as a county, things change. And we have maybe more healthcare facilities. Schools are built. Some schools are taken out of commission. Remember, they're all part of our sheltering plans. So it's a document that has to be updated, and this is here today. And I moved it up a little bit. It would have come to you next month anyway, but I figured the best idea would be to, I didn't want to get too far into the recovery phase of this with a plan, an outdated plan. So I wanted Jim to go ahead and make sure that this was put in place.
Yes, sir.
Can I
Chairman
ask one
Davis.
thing before you start, and I
Yes, sir.
apologize? That was somewhat long about what we're doing exactly with the one pass. Jim, in a very short statement that can be quoted for the paper, can
Yeah.
you say exactly what we're doing with the private roads, all roads and private roads?
Here's what we're gonna.
Very, as short as you can, just so that can be.
Here's what we're gonna do. I'll figure out how we're gonna say this. Joanne will work on this. I'll show you it yet today so that you all agree what I'm saying. How about that?
Okay.
Because I do think we are giving people an answer, and I think they'll know. But once again, only a council at the first meeting after a disaster can make decisions to spend emergency reserves. And I'm saying that's fine, that's your purview. I'm not saying anything wrong, but I'm saying I don't have that authority, and my staff takes direction from me on what to say. Today you made a decision, and that's what we'll do. We'll clarify what that means to people. This will let people know that we're coming.
And that's what I just want to make sure that everyone has. that
They'll
understanding.
know.
And
They'll know.
I actually thought this year, just to put this out here, as far as communication is concerned, I thought the county government did an excellent job. I mean, I'm part of that list as well. I put it all on Facebook, so sometimes, I mean, you could be the best in the world, but sometimes people aren't going to get that information. I don't, unless we were flying an airplane with pulling something behind it, sometimes it's hard to get out. So
Well, but
I'm
al-
not criticizing us on that at all.
Also, sometimes behind the scenes, people tell us things they know because they already got an email explaining it to them. So sometimes they tell us things, but they don't tell you the email and what that email said. Because it isn't in their best interest to tell you that. But I do think it was a necessary policy of the council to deal with this. Because I think if we, not this person coming in by themselves, but I think a lot of people were wondering what we're gonna do. And Ms. Denise, you're gonna have to figure out what the city of New Smyrna Beach is gonna do. They're gonna have to figure out.
I'll talk to you off record.
Mr. Judge, would you please continue, sir?
Yes, sir. Chairman Davis, members of the council, Jim Judge, Emergency Management Director. Before you today for your consideration is the approval of the updated Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan. As Mr. Rechtenwald indicated, this is a plan that's updated every 4 years. It is, per state statutes, required of all 67 counties, and that we maintain this plan. And it's coordinated and consistent with the state of Florida's Emergency Management Plan. There are two basic components of the plan, which is the basic plan and the annexes of the plan. And if I could have Mr. LeHue just kind of stand up and show that document, what it looks like in printed form. That's why we didn't print it out for you. It's quite extensive. And it really identifies the who, what, when, where, and how Volusia County will deal with a disaster. And that's an all hazards plan. Hurricanes are just one component, wildfires, tornadoes, active shooter, anything that could possibly go wrong in Volusia County. That plan is going to help us get through it. The basic plan consistency is demographic and geographic analysis of Volusia County, our hazards and vulnerability to specific events that could happen, such as the flooding, tornadoes, and so on. Concept of operations day-to-day, continuity of operations, also the financial management references and authorities. And the annexes is quite large. How we're going to deal with recovery, mitigation, evacuation and sheltering, civil disturbance, mass migration, resource management. So you see all those different areas, especially our emergency support functions and our continuity of operations plans on where they're going to go if their primary facility has been impacted. Of course, we have an oil spill response plan and also a multi-casualty plan. So quite a comprehensive document. We also use this document as far as our EMAP accreditation. We are accredited as part of the Emergency Management Accreditation Program. So it ties into that, which also ties back to the CEMP. And part of the benefit of having the accreditation and working with the upgrades to our CEMP, we get an additional $10,000 in grant money every year from the state by being accredited. And again, the two plans tie together in our ongoing efforts to keep these updated. As Mr. Rechtenwald mentioned, it's an 8-month process. It's not a slow process by any means. Every page, every line is reviewed for accuracy and make sure that it's updated and ready to go. And literally, I would submit that as soon as we have the plan approved, we will begin to update it in just literally in the coming weeks. So be happy to answer any questions that's before you for your consideration.
Okay, Mr. Patterson.
I think it's a great plan. I move approval of the resolution adopting a comprehensive emergency management plan.
Motion for approval and a second by Mr. Wagner. Further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of resolution adopting comprehensive emergency management plan, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed? How many people got left? 5? Guess it worked. We have 5. 5-1. Miss Denny's absent for the moment. Okay, is there any other? Okay.
That would be 5-0 for the record.
It would be what, ma'am? Yes, 5-0. Sorry. Okay, is there any other business that needs to come before this council this morning? It is 10 till 12. We'll go ahead and take our lunch break now. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and take a lunch recess. But before we go, Mr. Patterson and other council members, at 5 p.m., I do have to leave the board, have to leave the council and go to the other side of the county this afternoon. So I'm just letting you know. All right, with that, we will be in recess and we will reconvene at 2 p.m. Picky. All right, we'll reconvene at 1:55 by agenda, but we'll probably be here back by 2. 1:55, we will be in recess still. right, here we go. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today's date is still October 20th, 2016. This is the afternoon session of the Volusia County Council. We will go right over here to item, I think, 52. Double check. Yep. Item 52, and open a public hearing in reference to the resolution vacation of a 20-foot wide platted utility easement in the plat of Springleaf, Unit 3, map book 56, page 31 of Ormond Beach area. Petitioner is St. Augustine Ventures LLC. And Mr. Britton, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Gerald Brenton. Good afternoon. Mr. Chair, members of council. This is a non-controversial action today. It's in the Ormond area. When it was originally platted, Marcia, can you put up the next exhibit? I'm supposed to reference the page number. Let me go to the... Okay, thank you. Can you enlarge that a little bit?
If it's my copy, it says book 56, page 31.
Okay, thank you. When it was originally platted, there was a 15-foot private easement to the utility company on the north side of that road in your exhibit there. And there was also a 20-foot easement, utility easement, to the county and drainage easement. It's being replatted, or they desire to, and if you can see there, there's lots 32 and 33 on the just to the, it's 31 and 30 on the west side, as she's pointing, and then 32 and 33. What they'd like to do is reconfigure those so they get 4 lots out of that, and it has to have 100 foot of frontage, and it does 120 foot of frontage, and with the 15-foot and the 20-foot easements, it does not have 120 foot frontage. Power company has said they don't need their 15-foot easement, and we have evaluated it. All utilities and drainage and everything can be is accommodated within the road that's just to the south of it. And we've in fact coordinated with the property owner to the west, who had some concerns that they might not be able to get utilities if we vacate it, and he is satisfied that they're accommodated in the existing right-of-way, and there's no public purpose for the 20-foot. So the action today is to request that council vacate that 20-foot public easement.
Okay, is there any other staff report on this matter?
No, sir.
Okay, very well. We'll close staff reporting. Open up public participation on this matter. Is there any public participation, Ms. Zimmerman?
No, sir.
Very well. Close the public participation section and the public hearing, and open up a council discussion. Do I hear discussion or motion? Anyone at all? Mr. Patterson.
I didn't know if Mr. Daniels wanted to make this motion. I move approval of the vacation of a 20-foot wide utility easement in the plat of Springleaf Unit 3, map book 56, page 31.
Okay, there is a motion for approval. Do I hear a second? Second. Hear a second from Mr. Lowry. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of the resolution for a vacation of 20-foot wide platted utility easement in the plat of Springleaf Unit 3, map book 56, page 31, Ormond Beach area, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried unanimous. And now this afternoon's unanimous is 5-0.
We're losing them.
We're losing them.
Mr. Wagner's gone for the day?
Yes, Mr. Wagner has left for the day.
Thank you.
We're dwindling, we're dwindling down. All right, and we can do the next one. Okay, we will now discuss zoning special exceptions. This is not a public hearing? This is not set up on my paperwork as a public hearing.
Your next item should be the PUD, item 53.
Yeah. Okay, it's not set up as a public hearing, is it?
Yeah, it is a public hearing, yes, sir. It's an amendment of a PUD.
Okay, well, it's not set up for like an order of business on my paperwork. Is it supposed to be run the same way?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
we'll do it that way. So we will open up a public hearing. And this is in reference to resolution for case PUD-16-062, major amendment to resolution 2014-60, business plan unit development for Stetson University and a rezoning from R4 urban single family residential to the business planned unit development classification. And it says, Mr. Irving, you're Mr. Urban. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a request from Robert Huth of Stetson University to amend an existing BPUD as well as rezone a parcel from R4 to BPUD. It pertains to the Stetson Aquatic Center, also known as the Sandra Stetson Aquatic Center, located at 2636 Alhambra Avenue near the city of DeLand. On the screen is page 53-72 of your agenda packet. This shows you the general location of the proposed BPUD amendment. As you can see, it's on the west side of Lake Beresford. It is part of the Wekiva River Aquatic Preserve. On the next slide, we will be able to show the aerial, which will be on page 53-73 of your agenda packet. We want to show you so you can see that the general area has got residential as well as some open space on the west side of Lake Beresford. Next sign will be showing you the existing land use on the property, both the property that is currently zoned BPUD and is proposed to be rezoned to BPUD share the same future land use of urban low intensity. As you can see, it's surrounded by urban low intensity around it, as well as the water and rural area to the south. Next slide, please, which will pertain to the zoning. This helps clarify. The existing BPUD is 9.91 acres. The R4 area that's outlined there is the area that's subject to the rezoning. That is 0.55 acres, bringing the total area to 10.46 acres that would be under this BPUD. The next thing we would like to discuss is the conceptual plan that is associated with this project. As many of you are aware, this was approved back in 2014 so that Stetson could basically have it as their boathouse and area where they could run their regattas and have their crew team practice. Also, it provides for access and kayak launches to the public. This is a revised plan prepared by Dewberry in support of this proposed amendment to the BPUD. And what it's showing is the variety of different facilities that are being added to here. This is consistent with the original plan that was approved back in 2014. This provides a little bit more detail in regards to the pavilions, observation deck, boathouse location, parking areas where we have the visitors' boat area, and how the grass parking will also be utilized for recreational facilities. This is contained on page 53-24 of the agenda packet. On page 53-9 of the agenda packet, we have the beginning of the changes to the actual development agreement. There are a variety of different changes to this, but these are some of the more significant ones that would staff like to bring to your attention. First and foremost is that Section C is being modified to allow for phasing of the project and identifying that the boathouse and restroom would be part of the first phase. All subsequent phases will be basically as they are able to obtain funding and also be able to secure permitting for those different types of uses. The next issue that we would like to discuss is something that was included with the original BPUD, is now shown on page 53-16 of your agenda packet. And that pertains to the actual operation. This is item 4, L4 actually. And what has occurred back in 2014, there was concern that when Stetson was running their regattas that there would be traffic issues and safety concerns. So our council basically decided that it was best to go forward with a 2-year limitation on that operation so that that way we could go back, review it, and make sure that it was being run the proper way and not have negative impacts on the surrounding properties. We have received a report from Dewberry in support of the amendment that shows that traffic was not impacted and we did not have any safety concerns. So therefore, they are requesting that this restriction be removed and that the regatta be allowed as a permanent permitted use. Next item goes to something that was brought up at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission meeting back from September 13th. During that time frame, there was discussion regarding the buffers. There wasn't any public comment at the meeting, but there were some issues that were raised privately with Stetson from some of the adjoining property owners. And that's why you see this language on page 53-11, item E4, regarding the buffers. This was something that was worked out amongst the applicant and the adjacent private landowners. It was included as part of the PLDRC's recommendation for approval. The last thing that we need to talk about is on page 53-12. This is pertaining to signage. This is an issue that Mr. Henderson will address later on in his presentation. We currently have restrictions as to the number of signs that can be allowed on the project. There is a potential conflict because this property was subject to an ECHO grant, which does require additional signage to identify that it was part of an ECHO grant. So therefore, what we're looking for is an exemption from those ECHO grants from the limitations on the number of signs. As I referenced earlier, staff has reviewed this. It's gone through our review process. It's gone through the PLDRC. All of us are recommending approval subject to the comments and conditions identified in there. If there's any questions for me or staff, we do have Scott Ashley and Palmer Panton available if any other questions for them.
Okay, do you have any questions for Mr. Patton, Mr. Patterson? No, okay. All right, very well. Any further staff report?
No, sir.
Okay, very well. We'll close the staff reporting section and open up the public participation section. Is there any public participation? By George, I'll bet that's what these yellow forms are all about.
Imagine that.
Actually, the applicant, sir, would like to make a presentation.
The applicant would.
One of those yellow slips has his name on it. just
Okay,
so that we
and
have-
which one are you, sir?
I'm Bob Huth,
You're
Stetson
Bob.
University,
Oh, there you are. You're Bob. It says Frank Robert Hughes. Is that you?
a.k.a. Bob, yes.
AKA Bob. Oh, it does say that. AKA Bob. Okay, Mr. AKA Bob, please state your name and your position for the
Frank
record.
Robert Huth Jr., and I'm Executive Vice President and CFO at Stetson University.
Very well, sir. You will have 3 minutes.
Okay, I don't know if I'll take that. I just wanted to thank County Council and staff for their help with this. I wanted to introduce my team, Clay Henderson, Matt Adair, and John Schulteis from Dewberry, and indicate that Clay Henderson has a PowerPoint brief to show you.
Wait a minute. Clay Henderson and briefly does not go in the same sentence ever.
He's already been. Well, I have been warned, but you
Yeah.
need to understand, that the last time that Clay Irvin and I made a presentation to a county commission, it was a 12-hour zoning hearing.
I do remember.
We're going to try to make it less than that.
Let's see what we can do there, Mr. Henderson. So for the record, state your name and your position.
I'm Clay Henderson with Stetson University.
How long is your...
I've been told if I go more than 2 minutes, Patterson's going to vote against it.
You have 3.
It was not vote against it. I was going to make the motion against it. All right.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
Well, with each of you except Mr. Lowry were here 2 years ago for the approval of this, and at that we appreciate you rushing that through because we're trying to get a grant. At that point, the legislature didn't pan out. Since then, we've had a tremendous donation from actually an heir to John B. Stetson to give us the funds to be able to go forward with this. And now we know exactly what we're doing. We're progressing through the system and ready to
move forward. And part of that is with your help. Earlier this summer, as part of the ECHO grant, there was $400,000 grant to us to do the public access improvements. So the reason that we're before you is really twofold. As Good Clay said, I'm Bad Clay, that would be Good Clay. As Good Clay said, we need to add the additional acreage, but we also need to conform the development agreement to the changes that we've made in the plan. So, and I will not be redundant. I just said that, and Clay showed you the map, and here's the same thing with the acreage. Why am I having issues with this? Let's see. There we go. I think I've got it
Zip
now.
right through it. You're perfect.
So, yeah, there we go. And again, the purpose is to conform this to the funding that we received in our specific plans for going forward. The plan was shown to you earlier. We're in the very near future, we'll be going to DRC and on forward. I will tell you there will be one more item to come back before you, and the adjustments here. When we did this 2 years ago, we vacated some plats. We're proposing to change the actual location of where we're going to have the canoe kayak launch, and that will require the council to vacate the existing right-of-way and replace it with the where we're going to put the canoe kayak, and you'll be seeing that before the end of the year. If there are any questions on that, on the plan itself, John Schultheis can address this. This is the artist rendering from the entrance of the structure that will be there. And here is the view from the lake. It's going to be a first-class addition to this property, and consistent with all the good things that Stetson does across its property. You might recall that when we were here 2 years ago, we had a lot of input from the neighbors, and I can tell you that the rowing team, the athletic department, has worked really, really hard to work with the neighbors. We had regatta there last October. I drug Pat Patterson out there last October, and we got to see there were a couple thousand people there that day. Everybody was on their best behavior. There are people from all over Central Florida that were there for it. It's an outstanding venue, and once we get these things set up, it's going to be really good for West Volusia. But we've worked really well with the neighbors and have tried to address all of their concerns. And as Clay said earlier, Tavra Cornett worked with us on some language changes earlier, but there was no opposition at PLDRC. The other thing, and here's pictures from last year. I mean, we had 3,000 people over the course of 2 days. Outstanding. It's an outstanding venue for this type of activity. The other thing that we're going to be doing there are community events associated with our Environmental Institute. Doug participated in one of our programs earlier this year where we pulled together elected officials from around the county to do a water compact. That's the kind of thing we expect to be able to do there. It'll be a great facility. We're going to have also a boat and there and do water testing up and down the St. Johns River system. And so it's going to be a key to a lot of the research that we're going to do for public policy analysis of water and environmental issues. And of course, we'll be partnering with Volusia County on some of those efforts, I'm sure. As noted, we were pleased to receive this ECHO grant to enhance the public access improvements. There'll be a canoe launch. There'll be a series of trails and boardwalks. There'll be interpretive themes to this, along with issues of, along with environment, and also public restrooms. So we expect this is going to be a place that people are going to go. They'll stop by on the way to Hontoon State Park. They can put in a canoe or kayak there. They can, one more thing, to enjoy the beautiful outdoors of West Volusia. So as Clay indicated, we discovered when we looked at the requirements in the grant agreement and in the development agreement that we needed to make one more change, basically to exempt the required ECHO signs that we're going to have to put on the property. And this is the proposed language that we want to include in the development agreement, and would ask that this language be part of the conditions for approval in the motion. And with that, we are pleased to submit it. We think this is going to be great for West Volusia, great for Volusia County, and it'll be a place that all the folks in Volusia County will be proud to participate in, because there's going to be something there for everybody. So with that, we're prepared to go forward and have you vote on it.
Very well. John Schultheis?
This, John Schulteis is the engineer, if you had any questions.
Oh, you were just here for
He's
Q&A?
there to answer those.
Okay. I don't have any Q&A for you, sir. Does anybody have a Q&A for Mr. Schulteis? No, but I have a question for the deputy county attorney here, who has her light lit for a statement of something.
Thank
'Cause
you.
She flipped it on when you were talking, Clay.
Anderson, could you please put up the slide with the additional language? The underlying language there would need to be a part of the motion to be included in the PUD for the echo signs to be in compliance with the PUD. So if you are inclined to approve the amendments, I would ask you to include this additional language.
Okay. Okay, if you could just leave that slide up there, just in case. Okay. All right. Is there any further public participation?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Merman. Okay, very well. We will close the public participation and the public hearing and open up to county council discussion. Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr.
Now,
Chair.
he did speak over a minute, so I'm just reminding you of that.
I will do that if I feel like it. You know, this is an exciting project for Stetson and for the community. And when I was out there, you couldn't have had a nicer bunch of people there that day. And it's exciting, it really is. And I think it'll help Stetson's enrollment in the future too. So I do. Mr. Chair, with the move to approve case PUD-16-062, the amendment to resolution 2014-60, business plan unit development for Stetson University and rezoning from R4 urban single-family residential to the business plan unit development classification with the 3 recommended conditions of approval listed on page 53-3 and the echo language on the sign.
Yep. Okay,
Move
is there a
approval.
second to that big, long motion? There's a second. Okay, I do have one question. What was wrong with the regular, I have no problem with it, but what was wrong with the regular echo signs we usually put up there?
It's not a question of the regular echo signs. The PUD only allowed 2 signs, and the echo grant requires 2 signs, which means they would need
4 signs.
4 signs.
Okay,
So we needed to add the
it's-
language that allows the 2 echo signs.
Okay, so it's not a change to the signs, just
No,
a number of signs. Got it. Cool. Okay. Any further discussion?
Who was the second, please?
Mr. Lowry. The young lad to my left. Easy, Sonny. Okay, no further discussion. All right. All those in favor of item 53, resolution case PUD-16-062, major amendment to the resolution 2014-60, business plan unit development for Stetson University and rezoning from R4 urban single-family residence to the business plan unit development classification with the 3 conditions as listed and the language
The echo sign.
for the echo signs. Is that good enough? Thank you, ma'am. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. So carried.
Thank you.
Namaste. Congratulations, guys. So, we will now move on to item 54, which is resolution vacation of the portion of the plat of Cape Atlantic Estates, Section K3, unrecorded sub number 228 Oak Hill area petitioners. Wow, open up a public hearing and a staff report on that one. Let's see, Gerald Britton. Mr. Britton, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Jerry Brenton, County Engineer. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of council. Before you today is we got 2 petitioners representing property in the Oak Hill area as shown on page 54-14. You can see they're just off US 1 and east of I-95. If if you'd go to page 54-17, this shows the, this is out in Cape Atlantic Estates. And what you see, the tracts that are in gray have been previously vacated by county council action. The ones that are in the orangey color have not been vacated, the lots have not been, nor have those ingress egress easements. The property owners would like to vacate the remaining tracts, combine it all into one large, I think what's hasn't been vacated is about 35 acres. When you vacate all of it, combined together is about 85, and they want to put a business park in there. When you vacate those individual ingress and egress streets, it leaves tracks that are outside of this without access. So if you can flip to page 54-18, there on the south going up the western boundary and then along the north a little bit is a 60-foot proposed ingress and egress and utility easement, the purpose of which is to provide access to those parcels that are not part of this proposed business park. So with that, concludes the staff's report, and we recommend approval.
Thank you, sir. Is there any, that's no more further staff report from anyone? All done. Good, we'll close the staff reporting section, open up public participation. Is there any public participation, madam?
No, sir.
Very well, but I do have 3 slips whenever you're ready. Okay, then we will close the public participation and the public hearing, open up council discussion and action. Ms. Denny's, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a very good resolution and look forward to it. I move approval of the vacation of the recorded access easements in a portion of the Cape Atlantic Estates, Section K-3, in the unrecorded subdivision number 228 in the Oak Hill area.
I have a motion for approval. Do I hear a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Lowry. Second. Further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the resolution for the vacation of a portion of the plat of Cape Atlantic Estates, Section K3, unrecorded subdivision number 228 in the Oak Hill area, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried. Unanimous. Okay, and item number 55 has been withdrawn by the applicant, so anybody here for item 55? You're in the wrong place if you are. Okay, we're going to move on down to 55A, which is Resolution 2016-2017 Classification and Compensation Plan. Mr. Peister, you taking this one?
Actually, Mr. Moats is going to walk you through this
Hi, Tom.
resolution.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Moats, the Human Resources Director. Today we have the compensation plan for the fiscal year 2016-17. The charter and the merit system rules and regulations provide for the adoption of a classification compensation plan. Staff is recommending and requests that the council adopt the attached resolution. Thank you. Amending and restating the plan inclusive of previously approved changes and a 3% pay increase for applicable non-bargaining unit employees for the 2000 fiscal year 16-17. The resolution states the Human Resources Classification and Compensation Plan for each non-bargaining unit employee is amended to increase the minimum of each covered pay range by 1.5% and the maximum each covered by the pay range of 3% by 3%, and restated as shown in Attachment A. All prior resolutions establishing pay ranges for non-bargaining unit employees are superseded. Section 2, except for the county manager and the county attorney, the rate of pay for each non-bargaining unit employee who was employed on September 24, 2016, and who shall remain employed until November 4, 2016, shall be increased by 3% effective as of September 24, 2016. Provided that no such employee shall receive a rate of pay above the maximum provided for by the pay range applicable for his or her class, as amended by this resolution, and that the county manager may deny eligibility for an increased pay rate for reasons of substandard performance. The compensation of the county manager and the county attorney shall be subject of separate county council action. The compensation of bargaining unit employees shall be governed by the collective bargaining agreements. That's the resolution. We ask for the adoption of that. And if it's approved, the employees would see this on their paycheck of November the 18th.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Eckert, you have something to add?
Mr. Chair, just that the resolution that Mr. Moats read has been redrafted since it was distributed yesterday, based upon your helpful suggestion. And so it's on your desk with a box in the upper left in the color red. So I just wanted to be clear that the language varies slightly from that which is on the web as of this point, but I think better captures the intent.
Okay. See, I'm not a lawyer. I just play one every other week.
It was a helpful edit.
I just play one every other week.
Your concern for the benefit of the other council members was that the syntax of the prior draft could lead one to believe that the 3% was only affected between the two dates of September 24th and November 4th. This, I think, better states what was intended.
Okay. Very well then. All right. Any other staff report, Mr. Moats?
Yes, sir.
Very well. All right. We will now open this up to council member discussion and motion and action, and just jump right in here anytime now. Anybody?
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Denny's. A second by Mr. Patterson. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the resolution 2016-2017 classification and compensation plan, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried, 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Moats.
Thank you. Thank you on
Is
behalf
there-
of the employees.
Right. Oh. Okay. Is there any other business or appointments that need to come before this county council at this time?
Does not appear to be so.
Very well, ma'am. Is there any public participation for this afternoon?
No, sir.
Okay, very well, ma'am. We will now go to the discussion of by council matters not on agenda and committee reports. We shall start off with Mr. Daniels. Closing comments?
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Denny's, closing comments.
Just two very brief ones. I attended last night at the county council table the Mary McLeod Bethune-Cookman Legacy Gala. It was really an impressive event. It was very, very impressive. What was really impressive was their announcement that their endowment at Bethune-Cookman now has $57 million in their endowment fund. So they had over 800 people yet again at the Ocean Center, and it was a tremendous event. Councilwoman Cusack was there too at our table, and it was a great event. And here's a question I had from a constituent that I had been asked previously and just didn't bring it up until I had a formal request. And there's a new paddle wheel boat going to be docked in Daytona Beach, a dinner cruise boat, and it's coming. The owners are in New Smyrna Beach, and they're going to christen it. And they're going to put a state flag on it. They're going to put a couple other flags on it. And they requested a flag from Volusia County. I said, that's an interesting question, because I've been in other chambers, county chambers, and have seen their county flags and realized we don't have a county flag in here. I'm thinking, well, okay. Until I had a formal request for one, to which I called staff and said, do we have one? And if we have one, can I get one? And got the return call that Volusia County, indeed, we do not have a county flag.
We don't?
We do not have an official county flag. Now, when we're looking at our vision statement and our mission statement, I don't know where council is with this, but maybe it's time we looked at an official flag if that's the direction the council wants to go. But for whatever reason has come up all of a sudden, is like this last month, I've had multiple requests and conversations about it. And so now I've been more observant when I go out to other council chambers and I look at theirs. And you can actually go search it online. There's a whole website for Florida county flags and municipal flags. Not every county has one, just so you know. Most of them do.
Well, Betsy, why don't you get out your needle, scissors, and thread and sew us one up?
I suggest we have a hurricane and mosquito on it.
No, seriously, I
All
think
seriousness, I truly honestly thought that our symbol here was our flag, because I had a flag that I went down to a local store for banners, and I had a small flag, a small Volusia County flag made, looks just like this, and it just has my name on it, Jason Davis, County Chair, and I put it on the back of my bike because I was riding around for Bike Week, you know, and using my bike a lot. So I was like, I thought that was our flag, this particular symbol.
No, well, I don't know. Do we have an official county seal? Do we have a motto? I don't know. But
Motto?
maybe this
What's
is
the motto,
something-
would you?
You know, God bless us all, but Mr. Manager, is this something we can take a look at and you
Well,
can?
we've got official seal, we've got official logo, we've got a mission statement. Oh, yeah, we got everything.
We have a
motto?
historian too.
Huh?
We have an official historian on staff too. I found that out.
And a poet laureate.
Yeah.
Yeah, we even have a poet laureate.
And we have, so I guess council and Mr. Manager, I'd like to take a look at this. I think, I would like to take a look at an official Volusia County Council flag, to be used in all the appropriate places.
Oh, I think you're right. In fact, I'm used to where I came from in a city environment up north, they all had their own. And it was always an official part of ceremonies, things like that.
Well, we've never done that. Maybe it's time we take a look at this, and if it's all right, come up with, I don't know how this is done, what the process is. Just use our seal, use the official seal.
No, we'll come back, and here's what we'll do. We'll come back, we'll give you some, options. If you pick something, guess where it'll end up?
On the back of Jason's bike?
No, in the master plan, in the master plan.
It'll be in the master plan.
You betcha.
And on the back of my bike.
In fact, it'll probably end up on the cover of the master
cover.
plan.
I'm liking that.
But no, actually, it probably is time. You know, it was, most places I've been to have their own, and we'll give you some options. Okay?
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to start with this. I'm going to put a little mosquito in here.
There you go.
You know, like this. And we'll start drawing on this. Okay. Mr. Lowry, do you have anything to?
Just something real quick. I don't know that we need to do anything official, but I know in the our experience in the southwest corner with the hurricane, the power, and so forth, there seemed to be. I didn't get any complaints in regard to Duke, but Duke doesn't do but about 30%, I think, of my area over there. But FPL has a majority. But it seemed like there was a disjoint between the people in the office giving instruction and what was happening out on the field. There seemed to be a little bit of communication issue. Not enough that I don't think we need to make a big deal about, but I didn't know if there's some way we could communicate to them. I'm sure they probably have already heard and maybe even correcting it, because there were people who were told we'll have it tomorrow. They were like told 5 days in a row that would, and I know.
Here's what I think happened. I know specifically of one of the issues and one of the people you're talking about. It was a legitimate concern, and here's one of the things. Then you talk about is George. What do you call it, George? At the end, the follow-up you do after action. And one of the weaknesses. I thought. In fact, I think it. I'm glad to say I thought it was one of the biggest weaknesses, and it just shows you we didn't have many. I thought that when the power companies got to the end, down to the last 7 or 8%, okay, the last 7 or 8,000 people, so to speak, I thought that they were not very good. They were here's what they're good at. They're good at saying, by tomorrow, we'll have this section on or whatever, and it's general, because they know what the problems are. What I found is when they get down to that left 7 or 8,000 people, one, they're not as good communicating because the problems are more unique. Okay. And two, I think, honestly, my instinct is I think they are hesitant to ever tell somebody like, this is going to be another 4 days. And so I've talked to them.
I can understand that.
and it gets hard because sometimes it's like, we're not sure, sometimes we don't know, or it's private meters that got ripped off. But what I told them is, you're better off at the end, is to start telling people, look, we're down to this group of people, like where they had the 63 poles knocked out. I don't think they were clear enough to say, that's not a hookup. That's a rebuild, and it's going to be 4 days. And that's pushing it. The same as when George was telling you here about the reality of the first pass and how long it takes. Quit pretending. So I told him, that's why, George, we're trying to make people clear, is you can fill up a 100-yard container in half a block.
Yeah.
So why tell people you're going to get there in 5 days when it's impossible? I think they were hesitant to do that, and I think that's why we had the miscommunication.
Okay.
You have my word that as the post-op, I'm going to want from them to drill down, because what was happening is we have to go by what they tell us. And we have a great relationship with them, best relationship I've ever had with two power companies doing an emergency. But I do think, and they know how I feel, that I think at the end, they could have been more honest with us. I don't mean in a dishonest, they could have been more forthright and candid. They should have been more candid. And then I think we could have passed that along. Also, what I think we should have done, George, is that I think there were separate instances where instead of us passing the information along, they should have directly they were down now to 5 or 6 down company. They should tell the people, we had 63 poles, and this 50 houses are really going to have a problem for a while. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's where I think your criticism is correct, and I think it's one of the few weaknesses where people got frustrated, and rightly so.
Yeah, yeah. And it wasn't just one or two. It was
No.
it was a pretty good amount, or I wouldn't have said anything. But anyway, I appreciate
Yeah.
that. Thank you. That's all I have.
The other thing that complicates it is we had 4 power companies, and they don't all communicate with us as well. Duke and FP&L were great. We had a little bit of trouble with some of the other ones. So that became a little bit more problematic. But we'll take that under advisement. You touched on something I think is real.
Okay, Mr. Patterson, do you have any closing comments?
I'll continue on the power thing, power electric deal. I did communicate with Clay Electric, and hold on just a second. I talked to Dustin Eccles, the member relations representative for Clay Electric during that, and about some of the frustrations of one, that there wasn't a lot of information going out to their customers. They had started on the west side of Lake George, where I guess more heavily populated for them, and then we're coming over. I mentioned the thing about, I guess, the coordination that y'all had, and they're very interested in being part of that. So
Okay.
I'll give you Dustin Eccles' number if you want to give him a call.
Yeah, that'd be
I can
great.
pass that
We'd love to
information.
have that set up ahead of time.
Yeah. So
we don't have
I
all
did.
that.
I did call because I've had a working relationship with Clay Electric for several years. So get that. The choo-choo, the Sunrail. Of course, I'll be going up to Newark Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Newark, New Jersey.
There is a New York, too.
There's what?
There's a Newark, New York, too.
Well, this is Newark, New Jersey. And I believe John Cheney is going to be going too for the Smart Transit workshop. There'll be a lot of FTA people there, which I want to link up with. They just sent me the other day an app for networking, a networking app. I didn't know you had such a thing anymore coming up, but they say that's really effective. So I plan on touching base with as many people as possible and see what I can find out. The last Sunrail Commission meeting, we got some things accomplished down there, and Mr. Eckert and Mr. Deneen were there. I think the meeting after the meeting that Mr. Deneen and I had with Teresa Jacobs, I think was good, plus along some conversation with Nicola LaCorey.
By the way, just so everyone knows, because I should make this public, Teresa Jacobs and I talked several times during the emergency and offered each other help. And so they were right there and offered us some help, and we offered them some opportunity if they needed it. So the two counties were working together.
Good. But I think we're getting some attention regarding Sunrail. I don't know if I'd pass this information on, but I found there's a blog out there called, it's about Sunrail. It's a pro-Sunrail site, but that particular month it was called Sunrail is a Disaster. And they were going over some things, and one of them, there's a doctoral student candidate at MIT who's got a website also called Transit Port Politic, and he had a lot of information on there. One of them, right now, it's costing about $35.11 for each passenger on Sunrail, with about $2.50 in fares that they're collecting. So it's costing the state right now about $32 and change or so for Sunrail. And of course, I mentioned earlier that the Tri-Rail is still being subsidized after 27 years, but we got a short window where we've got to get it done by 2021. So
yeah, that was why I didn't like the agreement.
I don't know if Jim, is anything else you want to add?
A couple of things. First of all, I really mean what I said when I said that Mr. Patterson pushed the issue to where they agreed to get language ready, which is very important if this does not go through. I can't tell you how important I think that is, because if you wait, then all of a sudden you never know what's going to happen. He got their attention. It was insistent that we be allowed. Dan's been given the opportunity to actually draft what we think are the changes we need, which I think is good because we're the one that could be aggrieved. We should get first shot at what that drafting looks like. Number two, originally this council, when they signed this agreement, there was a cap. I think it was $7 million, Dan?
Well, it begins in the vicinity of between 7 and 8 million, and it goes to about 10.7 million in 2036, if memory serves.
The council, because we got pushed to make this work, the council was asked to drop the cap on what your expenses would be, and did not have another cap because the state didn't want you to have one. The current deficit is $27 million. It's 4 times larger than the original cap. The other thing that was, I think we all noticed, and in fact, I think Buddy Dwyer was surprised at this, I guess it was the representatives from Seminole that brought it up. This is the first time they started looking at some of these numbers, which I think is one of the reasons they hired the person they did, I'm now convinced, to run the system, who has somewhat of a financial background. It appeared that the amount of money charged to collect the fees equaled each other. Whereupon the person from Seminole said, well, if that's what you're telling me, that means you could do it for free. That kind of, I think, took people back. Because, in other words, it's costing them that much, it's costing them as much as they collect. So in essence, you hired somebody to collect the money for themselves. It's really what it amounts to. So
that means no money is going towards the operation of the train, it's just going towards...
From fees.
Just the machine
Personnel.
over there, yeah.
So I guess what I'm getting at is what I thought was, and I don't want this to be all negative, what I thought was this was one of the first times that we had a discussion where they started to talk about numbers, and the person from Seminole was very concerned about getting information too. And they start talking about numbers, and so I think what you're looking at is a significant deficit in the future, and how that's why these changes in the contract, if it doesn't come here, are very important, because it's real money. And then also, I think we need to stay vigilant and weigh in on things like the system should collect some revenue from the fees that are charged to help offset the system. Now, a lot of systems, like in the case of Votran, a lot of them, you actually collect about 25% of what you spend. That's about what you get. That's about average on transit systems. But here, it's basically zero. So these were some things that I think got bantered around. I do believe that Mr. Patterson made a compelling case so that the other communities, Orlando, Orange County, Seminole for sure, all said they understood our dilemma. Teresa Jacobs went beyond that and said she really understood what we were talking about, met us after the meeting to say, we're there for you, we understand, we support, we want you to get the system. Maybe we could work together to help you in terms of making up the gap, and for sure making sure that the arrangement would change if you can't be funded. So I think, I don't know what else you could have got out of that meeting. It's the most productive meeting I've seen in all the years I've been here.
Well, they also understood my frustration when it seems that the Sunrail to the Orlando International Airport is sometimes seems to be more important than coming to Sunrail North to the land. And that is not, the Sunrail to the airport is not even part of the original agreement, but will want to be made part of it. So maybe there's something in there for us to work with them on as we go forward. But all in all, it was good little meeting. We'll just keep going. Thank you.
Is that it, sir? Okay. All right. First things first, thank you guys, all of our council members, everyone, Joshua, Deb, Doug, everybody. I've heard so many great things about you guys during this hurricane. People calling, people talking, people running into you, saying, hey, what's going on here? You got the right answers. You got any answer, better than most people didn't have any answer. And we were keeping everybody calm. We kept everything moving in a forward direction. Thank you to the staff. This is above and beyond. These are just the comments that I got today from, or not today, but over the past couple of weeks about what's going on out here in our community. So thank you, thank you. I did see power companies from everywhere, so I know these guys were like, guys from Tennessee were in my front yard, and actually a couple of them were from, I don't know about that. See, I had to break out the old, hey, how y'all doing there, boy? I was like, oh, yeah. And, we had a little moon, but they were actually, a couple of them were from Clarksville, so it was pretty cool to see these guys. Got them some water. They were going up and down our streets out there, so we're all good. We did have final report out there. We're down to a couple of hundred people that still got a few issues up there in Pearson. Food, water, because all their food went bad. Which brings to mind lessons learned. In Volusia County, we do have quite a few shortwave radio operators, and we monitor shortwave radio up there at the EOC, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Do we have somebody with a ham radio license that can speak on that radio, or we're just listening? I mean, you can listen for free, but you got to have the license to talk.
I'd have to check to see if we were actually putting out it, but I know we were listening.
Okay, because I know a couple of people. As a matter of fact, it's inspired me to go get my license, my ham radio license. So if we need somebody to talk on the radio, hey, we'll have them. I do have the perfect face for radio. That's what I have been told. I know, no comment. Thank you, Ms. Denny's. So we've got that because there was a lot of cell service, and I won't go down the company's name, Verizon, but they were not really keeping up with their people and their customers, and we're still catching hell about that. Thank you to everybody that helped in Oak Hill too. That was really heavy hit down there. And I worked with those guys down there, constantly in contact with somebody down there, always for the past week and a half. And just 2 days ago, they said, we've stopped the hemorrhaging. There's no more bleeding. Everybody's good. We're on the road. And they were talking about tarps and everything else. So we're good. One thing that I did want to suggest in our lessons learned, kind of like an after actions here, this came up in our human services meeting the other day, is when the storm has come and gone and everybody's out of power, and then the power comes on, these refrigerators start up again, and the smell of, shall we say, not such fresh food starts floating around, we do have these people who are on services, the EBT cards. They don't know what to do. Now, all the food is ruined in the house. What are they going to do? Because they've already spent the money on their EBT card. Now, we were talking about state getting, state services being expedited over at the meeting, United Way wanting to step up and try to do something. I'd like to reach out to those services for the next bout over at the EOC and maybe say, hey, we need these guys too, because we got to take care of those people who are already being taken care of. So I think that might be a good idea to kind of reach out to those people. And
Jason, I think
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I saw something that they were covered. If you could prove that you were currently receiving assistance, they're reloading the cards. It's my understanding.
They are starting to reload the cards a week and a half later. See, we're talking like 2-3 days later. How long before you want the 5-year-old running around screaming at you about how he wants a cookie, cracker, bowl of cereal, whatever? Some of these people were without a power too. Down in Oak Hill, there was people without power, out water, out of everything. So that wouldn't have done anything good. Plus, some of these people don't have cars, and Votran wasn't running at the time. Now the Votran, everybody's getting back to normal. Now we can get them recharged. I'm just trying to figure, is there some way?
What we'll do is we'll go over what we did, and then we'll see whether there's lessons learned on whether we need to change anything. I know in some cases it is a concern. I know that we took food to people. And we took it to them. And we had the transit system working within 24 hours. So, but there's some things to bring back. That could be one of them, and we can give you the update.
But part of this too, and that leads to another part of this, is when the electricity's out, it's out. So it doesn't matter what we're going to broadcast if you can't receive the information. We had an instance, I know for a fact, down in Edgewater, the Red Cross was down there with a canteen. They had meals ready. There was nobody showing up because nobody knew they were there. They literally got in a vehicle with a PA system and were going down the streets announcing that there was food and meals available at the Red Cross canteen site. But the problem is when you're in a disaster or you're in a hurricane, you're not firing in all pistons no matter what you do.
Right.
You're just not. So a lot of this is the local communities too, Jason. And maybe we need to take a look at that at our elected leaders roundtable.
Oh, that's good.
This might be a really good conversation to bring up because we have connected with the agencies. They were there. They had supplies, and some of them were not used because the citizens either couldn't get to them, they were either blocked in for trees, didn't know they were there. So there's in the downline communication, we can't fix all that.
No.
We're up here at this level, but we have got to have somehow a communication tree.
Well, that was the great thing about having the EOC is because the county, all of our staff, county manager, myself, we could just reach over there and go, hey, you, Oak Hill, Orange City, whatever, we got this going over your place. Let your people know. And we had that availability. Now, and I won't say any names, but I heard there was maybe 1 or 2 cities that weren't there filling their spots. We need to really work with all the cities and say, okay, here's our lesson learned, and we need to work together. And when we have these drills at the EOC, they need to be there. They need to have an emergency plan because, to be quite honest with you, it's an 1.5-hour drive from my house to Oak Hill, and I made that trip like 4 times a day.
I think the elected officials run. That's really what this was supposed, that forum was good for. The other thing is that the moment it happens, it's too late. So Big Party, remember, was our 72-hour campaign.
Exactly, that's what I was going to
You have to be self-sufficient for 72 hours. And we keep warning you when the electricity is on. Fill up the bathtub, make sure you have stuff so that you can, because usually we have at least, a 24-hour warning. It's coming. You gotta have enough to take care of yourself for 72 hours.
Yeah.
So, Jason, I think I agree. I think Deb agrees. I think the roundtable is, because a lot of these things are individual cities that also have to have, have to have their plan.
Oh, yeah, they got another plan, and there's one mayor that we need to talk with, because, I mean, there's a couple of cities around that I was constantly getting calls from, going to. As far as and like the shortwave radio guys, anybody who's got a shortwave radio, they are hooked to a generator of their own. We try to take care of that. My grandfather was a ham radio. He got me into it many, 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 many years ago when I was like 8. So, I mean, it's like, it's hooked to a generator ready to go, and so is everybody else. And matter of fact, there were 3 operators down in the southwest side of the county, over in Edgewater, Oak Hill, and over in New Smyrna Beach. 3 guys over there that I just happened to run into, and they said, yeah, we're just talking to each other. He said, but we don't know what the heck's going on with the county, because we don't know the frequencies. There's frequency and all that good stuff. We can work that out later. So anyways, those are just a couple of the things that I was wanted to thank everybody and let everybody know about the power companies, radio, and social services, and we can work from there. So, Mr. Deneen, you've already said everything you had to say, isn't it?
I'm gonna do some follow-ups on a couple of things of business we have to take care of here. It's still, some of it relates directly to hurricane. I want to get the permission of the council to do something here. Second meeting in November. I've talked to all you. I'd like to have a lunch at lunchtime for the council members, the current council, previous councils, at least the ones that work with me, because that's part of the master plan that we put together. They're a big factor in that. I mean, a lot of them were a big factor in the EOC. And also, I thought at that point we'd know who the new electeds are, and we could have, I think, one lunch meeting where I could give out the master plan, and I think it'd really be, it's be open. The press can come, but I think it's more people could talk, lessons learned. I think we could thank them for, there's all kinds of issues that people. Actually, I'd like to do this at least once a year. I think a lot of times if you've been on the council, you work real hard, and sometimes it's 2 years after you're gone when the thing that you worked on gets through. And I don't think it hurts to kind of keep that in mind for all the dedication people put in to make sure things happened. For example, I've talked to some of them that never wanted to see the EOC used, but were real glad that we had it. And I think it's nice to know that people, thought ahead, spent $19 million in the worst downturn we ever had to make sure it got built. So if that's okay with everyone, I'd like to schedule that, unless anyone has a problem with that.
Can we put Sunrail on the agenda?
Well, we're trying to have an upbeat meeting, okay? So we'll see if there's a way to do that, okay?
So what you're saying is...
And it's open comments, so you can obviously say anything you want.
So what you're saying is, on the second meeting in November...
At lunch.
We're going to have lunch at lunchtime.
Yes.
With all the past council members.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. The next thing is, at that same meeting, I won't make it protracted, but I really would like to, at that same meeting, probably in the morning, we'll make it short, it won't be protracted, but I would like to see if I could get a representative from the different agencies that we had. And at that point, hopefully, we're pretty far along, and do one thank you to. I've never seen anything work that smooth, and I think it would be a good show if they could. I think they'd appreciate sending a representative. They could send whoever they wanted, and I think just one attaboy to everyone, because no one individual should get picked out. It was such a good endeavor. Also, what I would like to do is, I think that when people come through a shared event, especially something that difficult, and I think they all put out, we had people working, these were people behind the scenes and everything, is that for all the people that actually were involved in this, I've looked at maybe putting together a shirt, okay, that shows like all the partners on, something like that, and I'm going to run that by you individually to see what you think of it. But I think also something like that, I think it's a nice thing for people when they went through a shared event, something this big. We've never had a hurricane hit us like that. So if that's okay, then I might move ahead with that too.
And on the front's going to say, "I survived Hurricane Matthew."
No, it's not going to say something. It's going to be classy, but it would. What I'm thinking is something that has the hurricane thing on it with our emblem, and maybe all the partners listed on the back.
You're going to include the cities in on this? Yeah. the
Oh,
county
absolutely.
flag. Put the county flag on the back.
I like it.
County flag.
Yes, in other words, what we would do is we would issue them to all the people that actually were involved with us. Just a thought, just a gesture,
And
okay?
but you're including the municipalities.
Everybody,
Yes.
all the municipalities. There's one other thing the municipalities.
What's this T-shirt gonna be? I mean, there's thousands of people that were in multiple organizations that were.
Well, no,
these things gotta be.
we've got to do it to the people that were directly involved in the EOC and some of the other people. And they can, I mean, there's a limit, okay? They can make copies themselves if they want. The other thing was, just to show how well this worked together, there was a really big issue that you talk about making it work smooth. We closed the bridges, and we got the cities to man the bridges and stop people. Best I know, that's never happened. In other words, they would tell people, and maybe the SO would help, not this time. We stopped you. Now, they haven't done that before, and they stop people from crossing, or they want to know who you were. The other thing is, which we did for the community, is we didn't open up those bridges until we had made sure everything was secure to try and prevent looting and people being afraid that they'd have to rush back to their house because it would get broken into. So the police were, and we also had issues about opening up that part of the community, especially on the beachfront, until things were cleared, the streets. We actually worked out an agreement with the cities that while we closed them, we allowed the cities individually within the jurisdictions to open the bridge once they decided it was safe. That worked for everyone. They were very pleased. They thought that was a very good way to do it because they had to be ready for the people coming in terms of power lines down, in terms of stuff in the road, and making sure that they knew who was coming in. For that to work that seamlessly, I thought was a real indication that all of us were working together, all the law enforcement agencies. So that worked real good. A couple other quick things. Marilyn, if Marilyn Ford would come down, I'd like her to show you the master plan updates. Actually, as you notice, I'm getting into this pretty good because this is really working out even better than we had planned. I want to thank Ms. Denny's for this. Is that these are your updates, and I thought she would just show you how they're going in your books. They should be in the books, right, Marilyn? We already.
They are. Good morning, or good afternoon, Marilyn Ford Corrections. I'm here today to just go over the updates. These are from council action taken September 22nd. What we have done is, what you've been handed here, we've given you a second binder that's going to be your office binder that's already been updated. The copy you've got now you can take for your home binder and put it in. And what we're showing you on the slide, we've written the directions in terms of your cover page, but if you look at the slide, this is a master plan. 4 of them were updated as a result of actions that the council took on September 22nd. This happened to be from the Aviation and Economic Resources Department, specifically Economic Development. And so you'll recall that the rows are shaded light blue if it is an action step that's been achieved, and darker blue if it's ongoing. Well, in order to draw your attention to new items, we've not shaded them, they're in white. We've indicated what particular action you took. We've supplied the date of the council meeting, and then also in red font put the word new. And you can also tell from the footer that it's been updated and the date as of September 2016. So, for example, if you've taken action at this council meeting that will also apply to economic development, the next update you get will have another row and it will say updated October 2016. And the thought is, and we'd like your input, is that they would remain white, and then quarterly we're going to provide a summary report for you. At that point, we would shade them either the light blue or the dark blue. But that way you have a visual cue as to what's new and what's not. For those at home that don't have color printers, that's why we have the word new there, and we've included the date of the council. Mr. Davis?
Ms. Ford, I got a kind of a unusual. I'm looking at the new completed vacating the B1 buildings at the corner of Clyde Morris Boulevard and gave it over to Embry-Riddle. That's cool. How long will that particular action item stay there on this list? It'll stay there forever? I mean, if we just leave it, things staying, this book's going to slowly but surely get bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, are we deleting any past actions or anything?
Well, that will be that's something we have to discuss philosophically. But here's the point. You go under economic development, and what you see here is that obviously it's about making sure we have a strong economy with health, tied to job growth, industry balance, and financial soundness. So if people ask you how you trying to accomplish that, this you did. Now this thing you did is an ongoing issue with Embry-Riddle on part of it becoming the research park. So, the more I've looked at this is a new way of doing it. I will tell you, we're sort of inventing it as we go, because no one updates this stuff like this and it all gets lost. But this way you relate everything you do back to the goals you're trying to achieve, and there's a point at which we can decide if we want to take stuff off. But the history of what we've done is the history of the council's decisions over a period of time to achieve. So when people say to you, well, what'd you do? So, you know what I mean? You show the steps that you took specifically to try and create jobs, do economic development. What happens is, without this, they get lost. And I think, and Ms. Denny and I were talking, I think that's what happens. You really they get lost. And then some people come in and say, well, you're not doing anything. Well, so what I'd like to do is that we're finding out that because at every meeting we conduct real business. Yeah. And a lot of times it's important, you only get to see you 2 times a month in terms of being on the dais, so we have to take advantage of that. A lot of times you're doing real stuff. So we're finding out that we're better off doing it. Now, we won't have a presentation like this all the time. We did this one just to show you what we'd be doing behind the scenes. And then quarterly, we'll do a little roundup is what we will. But what I'm trying to say is, because it's new to us, Maryland, and then however we work this out eventually, this will go on every time you do something. And then quarterly, we'll tie it. I just wanted you to see, when I said dynamic master plan, I meant it. We're going to keep it up to date.
Pretty dynamic.
At every meeting. And I think if you look, you can figure out not only what happened before that, and sometimes we're still working on it, but if you want to go back to specifically when you started, there'll be a time when you'll be able to show exactly everything you took, that you put in place, under each goal.
Yeah, see, and then the reason why I'm asking this particular thing is because I'm looking right here on page 2 of 4. Trade mission to promote exports from county to Greece and Holland in 2009. Sales to companies, $5 million and $1 million in horticulture to Amsterdam.
Mm-hmm.
That was back in 2009. Anybody here from 2009? I mean, shouldn't we take kind of...
Well, you got to decide, because what you did was you made that investment and did that. These were all strategies that you're working on. You can decide when you want to take stuff off. That's fine.
Jason, I saw the same thing. So I guess my question is, we're telling the story, but what's the starting point?
Yeah, I'm just thinking maybe...
I don't want to fill pages for the sake of filling pages, and I guess what I was looking at, looking for, called the Hopper effect. Current projects, where are we currently? Not so much a historical perspective from '09 that, in other words, where are we here? Where are we here?
I think we can do that. Remember now, it's a new document. We're trying to, that's why we ask you. We can look at
dynamic.
But remember this, a lot of things you put in place, for example, the incubator, that's ongoing. And we're constantly spending money every year for it, and we're putting out new products all the time. So you got to look at, in other words, we can start looking at, do we take out things that we did that are one time? Then we also can look at, do we have something that's a longer-term strategy? Yeah. Like what you did here with Embry-Riddle is not a short one-time thing. This thing's for years to develop a research park. And I guess what I'm saying is, I don't think, in all fairness, that you get the credit sometimes, because those things take time to develop. But if somebody didn't do this, it would never happen. So we'll take that criticism, okay, and we'll try to make the document. I want the document to be really something that's easy to read, it's understandable and usable. And this, so why we're asking you now is to get this feedback.
I guess to go along with that, if I had to put a footnote on here, I guess I would want to see a date if possible. And granted, there's crossover events. It's not, and in even a year, when it happened, or 2013 through 2015, whatever, or if it's ongoing and it started in 2013 dash and leave it open-ended. Somehow we have to put the starting year. Does it?
Yeah.
Just to see where we are.
We agree. I mean, this is a whole new concept, new document. Nobody has, I'll be honest with you, I've asked people around, and this is different. I like this kind of plan because it's real. Anyway, I wanted you to show that so you knew what we were doing. Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good.
That's it.
Okay, if I can have, Jessica, would you like to come up? I have an issue that in the hurricane, we had lots of damage, lots of places, and one thing was in vessels. We already have derelict vessels. The storm made it worse, and we are in the process of trying to get rid of a number of derelict vessels, which are now starting to become a problem. Not only are they bad for the environment, they're dangerous. And so we're trying to get the ones that we've already identified. There's a process. Now, we're trying to get, this is all under grants, so we don't even have to pay for this. So Jessica's going to walk you through the ones that I'm trying to get now, and then we're going back out again for more grant money for the other ones and FEMA money for the other ones that were sunk. You want to explain, Jessica, and then Donna's going to explain the action today on what I need for you to do so I can move forward. I want to make sure people know we are moving forward with this, and we're not sitting, we're not letting it rest. Jessica?
Jessica Wentworth, Coastal Director. Everybody got a handout? Before the storm event hit, we knew that there was going to be a grant available through the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. The grant is 75% them, 25% us, and our 25% can consist of funds from other places. We're going to go after Fine Grant, the Florida Inland Navigation District, to try to take our match out of the game for a possible no county cost project, which is a win. We had 10 vessels identified. The application wasn't even released until mid to late September. We had 10 vessels identified. In order for the vessel to be eligible, it has to be in the FWC derelict vessel database. We have been working very closely with BCSO and the Fish and Wildlife to document these vessels, to do ample notice. We have cases on them. FWC has to agree and put it in their database. The storm hit and the vessels moved. So we had to go find them. Of the 10, we found 8. I just found out this afternoon that we found the other 2. They were in Oak Hill, hiding in remote water courses in Oak Hill.
Boy, I'll tell you, it's hard hunting those derelict boats. I mean, you got to be like camoed and sneaking through the brush. I got it.
We go with a VCSO officer as well, so.
Armed and dangerous. Got it.
Applications due next week. We currently have really good procurement personnel. They're helping us work through. One of the weird things about this grant is you actually have to have contractor bids attached to the application, and then they will reimburse on the bid, which is a little different than our normal grant process. We also have to start the removal of these boats within 60 days of the grant being awarded, which is another weird part of this process. Do you want me to go on hurricane debris?
Not, so first part is because I want these things moved, because I think they're a detriment to us. Number 2, because I'm not going to let a bureaucracy get in the way of getting stuff done, okay? All we have to do is have this done by the 27th. So Don will tell you what I need from you today so I can move ahead as manager. Because the other thing is, this is free money. When I don't have to use our money to get rid of these things, and then that'll open up for the hurricane damage what we're going to do next, okay? Well, you're also going to talk about what we're going to, she's also going to give you an update of what happened to the beach, because everybody was concerned about where we are. But we're going to do this part with the vessels first. Go ahead.
Now, this is Donna DePeister, CFO Deputy County Manager. What we have done, we've actually posted, as of yesterday, we posted out on our web, we're asking for vendors to quote for us, the cost that it would be to remove these vessels. Now, we've already done one addendum to add the one vessel, I guess we'll do a second addendum to add the other two. So anyway, what we've done is we are familiar with this process and the fact that Brevard County did something very similar. Their bids varied when they went out for this type of bid or quote, probably about 3 or 4 or 5 months ago, and they had variations from $30,000 to $160,000 in their quotes. Now, one of the things that we're cautious of is the fact that because of the hurricanes, a couple of these vendors are already kind of tied up, and so we may find that we may be over the county manager's ability to approve $50,000 or under. They could come in more than that. So as a result of this, what we need you to do is to allow the manager to accept these quotes should they come in, of course, the lowest best qualified quote, so that we can use that as part of our grant application.
So if I can get the appropriate approval today, because I don't want to be here and have people say, why can't you get rid of these? So we get rid of the ones first, and then we are going to immediately, because we had a lot more damage, we're going to immediately move forward, right, Jessica, on another application?
We had Mr. Nolan was out in the boat yesterday doing all of the Halifax River. We found 15 new vessels undocumented. Some of them, the owners were there and they were, one gentleman was trying to dig his boat out. It's understandable, but we're going to work with those who step up, but there are a lot of them where the vessel registration numbers are gone. So where it's going to
Now, when somebody comes in to make a bid on this, is that bid for the whole 10, 15 boats, or is that single boat removal?
We're asking the vendors to quote for the 10, will be for the 10, to remove the 10 vessels.
Okay.
And that's per boat. The grant requires the quote per boat. So all 10 boats with a price for each boat.
Okay, okay.
So I want these out of the way so we can
this
deal with
could be a lot more than 150 grand.
Well, I called the representative at FWC that runs the grant program, and I kind of explained to him that some of our vessels had relocated themselves during the storm. And our storm event affected the entire east coast of Florida, and it's a state grant, so everybody on the east coast was affected. We were not the only government agency that requested an extension. Unfortunately, with the way that the money was provided, an extension was not administratively available. They have about $1.4 million they can extend in this grant. If it's not all extended, there will be a second round of applications in which we're going through the process now to get the ones on the Halifax that we found, and then whatever we found today on the south end documented in the FWC database. And then there may also be some other options related to the storm relief that I'm investigating.
Well, here's the point.
More lately.
You either move quick or you get left behind. And we have a responsibility to make sure the waterways are straightened out, and especially if we think we can do it either at no cost to us or at very low cost, I think we got to move and show citizens that we're going to do the diligent thing and get it done. And I am not going to let the bureaucracy get in the way of getting these things out of there when we can do it. So if we can, Donna, you need to tell them exactly what they
Hold on,
need to
Mr. Daniels? Doug?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recognize the first picture. I know where that one is. It is just south of the Seabreeze Bridge. I see it every day. The other one down there at the bottom, is that the one north of Seabreeze? Because I, used to see it, but now it's completely underwater. So that is that boat. But just so you know, there is one that you can't see anything except for ripples on the water where it sank and where it is now. It's. And I was just, did you lift it up to take the picture, or how did you get the picture?
Here's what we'll do, Doug. Give her this. You get the specific location as best you can tell, Jessica, and we'll ask Joe to make sure, see whether it's this one or whether there's another one out there we don't know about.
Well, there was about 3 that were sunk at the Holly Hill Marina, which is the area in Holly Hill just off the park at LPGA. There was about 3 sailboats sunk out there. I don't know if anybody's moved them or not, but if they haven't, they're still there. you see the mast, the poor forlorn mast, you know, above the water. It was sort of a sad sight for somebody who used to have a sailboat. I got a houseboat now. I have no mast.
Is that yours on page 4 here up on?
Well, you know, I wish it was that one because the insurance company would really come across really good if that was it. But no, it isn't.
I understand he's changing the name of his boat to Matthew.
Okay.
So with
So
that,
you need a motion and a second?
So just one last point is that if we are awarded the grant, it'll come back before you for appropriation, et cetera. So this is not the first time that you're going to see this. But what we're asking you to do is to allow Mr. Deneen, we're basically asking you in this particular case to waive the formal bid process for this particular event, so that in case that the amount comes over 50,000, which case we would have to, you'd have to come before you. We are asking that he can accept those quotes and move forward.
Okay, I will entertain a
that way I
motion.
can meet the deadline.
That
of
way we can
October
meet the
27th.
deadline.
I will entertain a motion. Do I hear a motion? So moved by Mr. Daniels. Do I hear a second for the so moved? Second. And that second was by Ms. Denny's. Okay, so the motion on the floor with the second is that we give Mr. Deneen permission to accept the bids in this situation for boat removal in excess of $50,000.
You're accepting quotes.
Quotes.
Request
Accepting
for quotes.
Accepting quotes. Okay, further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed, you're in the wrong place. All right, we are done.
And then last but not least, I promised that I'd have Jessica step up. I talked to all you, I think, to give you an update on what's happened on the beach, where we are. People are very concerned about being able to access the beach safely. I am extremely proud of my staff, being able to open up sections, being able to get it out as well as they've done. And I'll be honest with you, I've heard nothing but surprise from people that we've been able to move like we have. So if you'd give them the update, certain things got damaged pretty bad.
Jessica Wentworth, Coastal Director for Volusia County. Hurricane Matthew was the largest coastal event we've had in about 12 years. During the storm, we all wrote it out. We had a feeling this might be a big one. We got the opportunity to do a lot of pre-storm documentation. We got up in the helicopter. We got video of the shoreline before the storm even hit. We took pictures of very significant infrastructure. We did inspections of our assets pre-storm. The day after the storm, our staff mustered. Every single person showed up at 6 a.m. at various regions. It was still dark, so we could be over the bridge when the bridge opened to the public. We inspected every single coastal asset that we have, from our over 100 walkways to our parks to our pavilions to our bathrooms. And then we started making the beach safe for the public. We knew that Bike Week was coming in, and we knew that we were going to have visitors in town, and we wanted to make sure that the beach was welcoming, open, and ready for our patrons. Just a little preliminarily, of our 100 walkovers, we had about 80% of our walkovers were damaged in some fashion, whether it was staff going out with a board and a hammer and just shoring up some areas. Right now, we have 25 walkovers that will have to be completely repaired, torn out 100% and completely rebuilt. That number may grow a little bit more in the upcoming days. We went through and we did a quick triage of every asset, and we put up walkway close signs if there was any question to the safety of the walkway. Wednesday of last week, my staff had an all-hands day. They went out and they opened something like 20 walkways in one day to the public. We started opening the beaches up. It was a significant effort between the members of beach safety, installing conservation poles, environmental management, helping to site the lines on where the poles need to go, and inmate labor. A lot of what people don't realize is when we had this storm event, we had a lot of the walkovers got destroyed, but that wood has to go somewhere, and that wood has nails in it. And what do we do when we go to the beach? We drive our cars and we walk barefoot. So it's not safe to open the beach until this debris was moved, and we had all the conservation poles set so that we were abiding by all of our permits that allow us to drive on the beach. Overall, we fared really well. It could have been a lot worse. There is some erosion on the dune system, but if you think about what the dunes are supposed to do, they're supposed to protect us. They're supposed to protect our infrastructure, protect our houses, protect our streets. The good news is that all the sand that got knocked down on the dune system was basically redistributed along the beach. If you go to certain areas, DeMott in Daytona Beach Shores is a prime example. There's 3 more feet of sand. So your actual horizontal beach increased while you lost some of your vertical dunes. That's great news. The fishing pier on the jetty may be closed for a short while. We lost the navigational beacon on the end of the jetty due to the waves and the hurricane surge. We lost a significant portion of walkway connecting the park to the jetty. We had some of the railing on the jetty got hurt. There were some large stones on the jetty. These huge granite stones moved. I mean, they moved. If you're interested, we have the information and we can show you.
That was probably the most shocking thing that I saw for the whole hurricane. It moved some of the jetty. That's hard to believe. Some of the size stones. The other thing is, I'm telling the staff, we have got to move extremely quick on the connection with the park to the jetty, because that is so popular that people are climbing over it to get there, and somebody's gonna get hurt.
I just received word today that the United States Army Corps of Engineers has availability to do major maintenance on the jetty. Basically reset the stones, reassure the structural integrity. We're going to do an interim fix so that access is still provided, but we may not connect the boardwalk to the jetty so that construction equipment can still make its way through. Bethune Park down in the southeastern portion was impacted pretty significantly. The handrails and the seawall were torn apart. Luckily, that was all the damage that we really had, short of the walkways being damaged as well. We may have a fence there for a short while until we can get the handrails put back up. But all of our parks are open. I just got word this afternoon that the entire driving area of the beach will be open starting tomorrow. So we're moving forward. It will be a while for us to repair all of our dune walkovers just due to construction logistics, but we're trying to move with it.
The only thing I can say is that we'll start with those areas where I think we have the most problems, because a lot of people want to use them, they get dangerous. The other thing about the stuff on the jetty is we do need that maintenance done, because in some cases where some of the rocks moved, you could have somebody, a kid or somebody, fall down in there. And I mean, we had a couple spots where we got some real damage. I'm really happy to hear that they are going to consider doing this maintenance. That's a big deal.
The Corps of Engineers is out there today in their vessel doing a survey of the inlet and doing a side scan of the jetty right now, so.
I'll give
That's
my
huge.
staff a thumbs up for that, because that was brought to my attention. I was really, really concerned, because that's no small feat to fix that, and it needs to be done.
Now, are we gonna put out, driving beaches open?
Yes.
Are we gonna do some sort of warning to these people that are from out of town and driving up and down the beach? Just a little flyer or something, warning, if you see a board, don't drive over it, kind of thing?
We've gone through and we've had corrections. They worked multiple days. They did the heavy lifting. We wouldn't have been able to open this beach
No
without
pun
them.
intended.
Literally.
Yeah, we feel pretty comfortable that we got everything up.
Got it all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Once again, I think that the citizens would be happy to know that instead of spending other dollars on that, we used corrections. You know? Well, I guess it is 50 cents an hour it costs us, huh?
Well, wait a minute, we're paying for their stay at Ben Johnson's hotel. I mean, we
It
might
ain't
as
ho-
well.
Well, hold on. It's run by my office, not the sheriff's office.
Okay, well.
The sheriff would take offense to that, probably.
Sorry, wherever you've been, sorry. Madam Ford's place.
Beach safety, every time before they open the beach to the public, they are driving the beach and they are picking up what they can, and then we're
Okay.
calling in for our contractor to pick up if something large washes ashore.
If you had asked me before whether we would have been at this point at this time, I would have said no. So I think we're back open for business, which is something we want people to know. And we'll try to get everything repaired. Jessica, your whole staff, all beach safety, great job. I thought you were owed an update, council, as to where we were. Thank you very much.
Cool. Is that it, sir?
That's it.
Mr. Eckert?
Mr. Chair, just briefly revisiting the Sunrail discussion, I thought I was appreciative of the council approving the letters we previously sent. I thought they got some response. Looking back to I've begun to draft the proposed changes for the agreements. We'll bring them back before you to future meeting before we submit them to the commission and to FDOT. Looking back at the agreements, while we gave notice to the state and to the counties, there's additional notice that's required, and I just wanted you to be aware that, as a matter of formality, we'll be giving notice to the District 5, for example, to the secretary, whereas we gave it to the state secretary. So I didn't want you to be surprised when we follow through on that. We'll be just forwarding your previous notices under the contract.
Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
Very well. Is there any other? Oh, yes. We do have one little tidbit of business that we forgot about.
Yeah, thank you, Marcy.
Thank you, Marcy.
Lady was here this morning, wanted us to, for the Autumn Harvest Festival over in DeBerry, to extend the hours as been done before, and I know Tim knows about that and everything, Mr. Bailey. And so I'd like to make a motion that we extend the hours on this event, Saturday, the 5th November, as we have done before.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor for extension of the hours of Gemini Springs Park, Saturday, the 5th of November, as previously expanded. Motion made by Mr. Lowry. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Patterson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
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 All those opposed? So carried unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Thank you, Mr. Lowry. Is there any other business that needs to come before this council? Well, yes, sir. Ms. Denny's first.
Ladies first.
Ladies first.
Were we not supposed to have that language brought back to us for approval after lunch
What line, what?
on the verbiage on the garbage, the debris removal, how you were going to state that? You were going to bring verbiage back to council on that for approval? Well, while you're looking at that, there's one other thing too. The Central Florida MPO last week, an item came up that we need to put back on our radar, deals with truck stops. Seminole County desperately wants their truck stop gone, and they think the best spot for that is Volusia County at I-4 and 44. This is raising its head again, and I've talked with staff about this, so I just want to put it on your radar, on the record. So if we can drill down into that a little bit more. I think council sent a pretty strong message last time we had a generic conversation when we heard about it before, that we were not interested in a truck stop at I-4 and 44. But I think there's a little more involvement, and they're not done yet. And it's my understanding they've even held some hearings about this, not in our area, but held some meetings about this to move it over here. So.
I believe the Seminole County Commission would like to give us an early Christmas present.
Well, if I may clarify something, this thing that they want moved is a rest area. It's a rest stop. It's not a truck stop.
It's not a truck stop, it's a
Not a
rest
truck stop,
area.
it's a rest area. A truck stop is a place where you pull in, you pay, you buy fuel. Truck stop, car stop, they have restaurants. That's a truck stop.
We closed 2 of those on 95 because they were not used. Seminole County, there's a reason they want it
But
gone.
they're rest areas, though.
Call it what you want, they can
Okay.
keep it.
That'd be considered a white elephant gift for Christmas.
That's all, it's just rest areas. Yeah.
My understanding from Mr. Cheney, that at the regional MPO meeting that Lois Bolenbach attended, the presentation that was given really was an off-system truck stop / rest area. So that was the discussion that I think started again, and that Ms. Denny's is referring to. Mr. Cheney is aware of it. I've assigned him to be on top of it, and they're looking up some other, there's been some studies. I think out of that meeting, they asked for a much broader study than the one that was done that identified those areas, because the Federal Highway Administration is getting involved, because they need to have a certain amount of rest areas in basically through so many miles of Central Florida. So they're going to take a look at a much broader study, is my understanding. But it's definitely something we have to be on top of and watch the wording of any legislative agendas that go out of some of these other bodies to make sure that it's not targeting us.
You know, this is one, you know, we got an MPO down in Orlando that's gonna tell us that we need to have this truck stop. I'm not comfortable with that part. Or any county, Volusia County, you know, Seminole County or Orange County, gonna tell us we have to have this thing?
They want to give it to us.
You know what? You can give all you want. We gotta take it, and I don't wanna take it. Not a rest area. Rest area is just no good. All right, Mr. Deneen, you have the language.
Sarcastic.
Oh, you were being, I take you at total face value.
Let me read what we put together, see if it's acceptable. This is what I'm planning on sending out. Volusia County is working to secure a waiver to the FEMA policy on private roads, which enable the county to get reimbursed for that expense, estimated at about $2 million. If the FEMA waiver isn't granted, the county council voted on Thursday, what's today's date? October 20th, to pay for the private road cleanup with, to pay for the private road cleanup with emergency reserves from the Municipal Service District Fund to start no later than November 3rd. So that'd be the next meeting. Countywide debris removal overall is expected to take several months, with the first pass taking about 20 days. Okay. To date, more than 38,000, that's all you have to do, you don't need to put the zeros there. 38,000 cubic yards of storm-related debris has been collected from the unincorporated areas of Volusia County. For more information about storm debris removal, call and we give you the number to call.
Should we make it clear
Oh,
that,
no.
that,
No, earlier.
it's not individual driveways?
We can try to talk to people about that. It's actual roads, okay?
Right.
And we'll have to take that on an individual basis. Dan was right. It should start no earlier than November 3rd, because you have to give me that vote. So I was wrong in that sense. Also, I'm not going to put it in here, but we'll try to make it clear to people that because it's that late, it's only one pass. And what we'll do, because it wouldn't start any earlier than the 3rd, at that meeting, that'll be the big announcement that it started, and we'll tell them it's one pass, okay? And by that time, we'll have our contractor all geared up and ready to go. Is that okay with everyone? We'll get that out immediately.
I'm good. Okay. Yes, sir. You had one closing item before we run off.
Just one quick thing. At the Advanced Technology College at Daytona State College, they have a lady coming in who is one of only 5 lawyers in the world to earn the credentials of Certified Professional Parliamentarian. They're going to be offering a 5-hour course. If anybody's interested in it, it's designed for elected and appointed officials, board, and committee members. So if you want to get the kind of a quick course on it, I got this on it. So it's $125 and it includes lunch.
I think I have a calendar conflict that day. When is
It's
it?
January 12th.
I may have a conflict. I'll look at it. I will. Look, it's right there. I'm taking it with me. All right, is there any other business that needs to come before this county council? Next meeting is
Thank you, November 3.
the 3rd of November. Unless there is any objection, we will be adjourned till November 3rd. We are adjourned.